Test, test, test. Test, test. Test, test. Testing, 1, 2, 3. 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 Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Good morning, everyone. We all good? Can everyone hear? Can you hear us in the gallery? Yeah, I got a thumbs up and back, so. Yeah, okay, I'm hearing. They're giving me a thumbs up back there. Okay. I'll call this meeting to order. Board Member Ogala, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and introduce the clergy?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I am very honored to introduce to you my good friend and pastor in my community, David Short. David is currently serving on staff at Second Place Church in Moni, Illinois, directing both formation and outreach. He also heads up a local nonprofit called Provision Lab. Provision Lab serves Eastern Will County by providing food, fresh produce, clothing, legal aid, and a variety of community services. Provision Lab is currently remodeling a 2,400 square foot space into a client choice food pantry and coffee shop. The coffee shop will include a kitchen that will allow clients to test recipes and prepare meals with plans the food pantry will offer. Previous to his work with Second Place, Dave spent 8 years as the National Director of Alpha for Campus and Youth, which offers training and resources to all those involved in student campus outreach. David and his wife Valerie have traveled extensively in and outside the United States, working with numerous churches and international nonprofits, having lived in both the Philippines and Malaysia. Eastern Will County, specifically Moni, is very lucky to have David Short in our community because he does many marvelous things and provides for helping many others. David Short.
Well, good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. Appreciate it very much. Thank you, Judy. Holy Spirit, I welcome you. I welcome you into this room. I ask you to preside over this meeting today. Even if we have different opinions, give us unity of spirit. Psalm 37:5 says that if we commit our ways to you and trust you, then you will help us. So we're committing this session to you. Help us to honor and value one another, especially those who have given years of selfless service to our county. Your word says to give honor to whom honor is due. Help us to work as a united team with a united effort. Combining ideas for greater outcome, help us to live out your mission on earth when you said, I came not to be served, but to serve and give my life a ransom for many. Purify our thoughts and our motives. Help us to serve each other and the people we represent sacrificially. So we commit this meeting to you. Be in our midst. Bind our hearts and minds by your Spirit. And we ask that in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Okay. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Okay. Mueller. Here. Frizzalone. Here. Newquist. Here. Ogala. Here. Flagel. Here. Mustis. Here. Mitchell. Here. Tyson. Here. Gazanfer. Here. Trainier. Present. Fritz. Present. Gould. Here. Van Dyne. Here. Balich. Here. Brooks. Here. Winfrey. Parker. Here. Ventura. Coleman. Markham. Here. Berkowitz. Here. Pretzel. Here. Weigel. Here. Freeman. Here. Carlitis. Here. Cowan. Here.
24 present, 2 absent.
With 24 members being present, we have a quorum. I need a motion to place on file the certificate of publication. Motion by Frizzalone, seconded by Gansefer. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller. Yes. Frizzalone. Yes. Newquist. Yes. Ogala. Yes. Flagel. Mustis. Yes. Mitchell. Yes. Tyson. Yes. Gazanfer. Trainier. Fritz. Gould. Van Dyne. Balich. Brooks. Parker. Coleman. Markham. Berkowitz. Pretzel. Weigel. Freeman. Krolitis. Cowan.
24 affirmative, the motion carries. We have no approval of minutes. We will do both of them next month. Madam Clerk, will you please acknowledge the elected officials and media present today?
Yes, today we have County Executive Jennifer Bertino Tarrant, County Clerk Lawrence Staley Ferry, Coroner Lori Summers, Recorder of Deeds Karen Stukel, Sheriff Mike Kelly, Treasurer Tim Brophy. And no media.
Thank you. We're going to begin today with honoring some special people. So I'm going to have Leader Mueller and Board Member O'Gala, will you come to the podium to please present the plaques to our outgoing board members. You may want to take your water up there. You got a lot to do.
Did you? Oh my God, that would have been really great. Judy and I were almost twins today.
Right?
Okay. I have the first one.
Oh, yeah, get that.
Okay, I'm going to get started today. Oh, okay. Do you want to hold this while I read it? Thank you. Sorry, Judy and I didn't have much time to prep.
Prepare.
Okay. We are, right, I
no
know,
rehearsal.
this is it. This is
Cold,
one
this is cold.
one shot to get it right.
Right.
The first person that we're going to honor today, we're going to go in alphabetical order, is Herb Brooks. Would you come on down? In appreciation for your 14 years of dedicated service to the citizens of Will County as a county board member, Speaker of the County Board, Democratic Caucus Chair, Minority Leader, Chair of the Executive Committee, Chair of the Capital Improvements Committee, Vice Chair of the Judicial Committee, and service on the Finance Committee, Legislative and Policy Committee, and Public Works and Transportation Committee, dated the 17th day of November, 2022. We'll miss you.
Thank you to everybody. 14 years been a learning experience for me, particularly this last 2 years. I've seen a lot of board come and go, and we became friends. Now, Beth Adams, I certainly want to thank her staff. They've been very helpful. But during public comment, Beth Adams, I'm going to email my jokes, and you got to read them. And let me know who laughed and who don't. Thank you. God bless you all.
Next we have Speaker Mimi Cowan. In appreciation for your 4 years of dedicated service to the citizens of Will County as County Board Member, Speaker of the County Board, Chair of the Executive Committee, Vice Chair of the Public Works and Transportation Committee, and service on the Judicial and Legislative and Policy Committee, dated the 17th day of November, 2022.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Thanks. Oh,
Are we doing? Oh, go ahead.
Well, Nick was taking pictures, so I was trying to take a picture with the two of you.
Oh, okay. Do you want us in front of the?
yeah,
Should we get in front?
Clearly unpracticed.
I was waiting for Nick.
Okay, okay.
I don't know. Tell us, Nick.
Thank you, everyone. Obviously, this has been an honor of a lifetime for the past 4 years. And I just want to say thank you to all of you. The last 4 years, in particular the last 2.5 years, we have faced challenges at local government that have been unseen in our lifetimes, probably in the last century. This has probably been the hardest 2.5 years for local government in the last century. Not just COVID, but then dealing with the blessing of distributing millions and millions of dollars. I think we've worked well together. We've done that. Sometimes we argue, but we all do have the best interest of the community at heart. So there have been challenges, but I think a lot of successes. We struggled through the passing of a sitting county executive and the turbulence that that brought with it. And of course, the remap process was stressful as well, too. So that's a whole lot of stuff in 2.5 years, you guys. So I think everybody in this room really deserves to congratulate themselves on fighting through that. And I know that the new board going forward will also face challenges, but I hope not as many challenges as we have in the past 2.5 years. So thank you to everyone. Thank you, Judy. Thank you, Meta. And thank you to Mike Frizzlone, too. We've all worked well as a team. So that's it. Thank you.
Next, we have a surprise one. Mark Flegel. I didn't know if Mark knew he was going to get a plaque today. Mark, in appreciation for your dedicated service as a Will County board member representing the citizens in District 2 in Will County, thank you. Dated this day, 17th day of November 2022. Here, come on in front. And you can talk.
Well, I know it might be the shortest appointment ever. I'm not sure, like a month or a month and a half, but I really appreciate everyone's hospitality and working with everyone, getting to know a lot of you. And I really value what you guys do, respect what you do. You guys are true public servants. And I hope to, whatever I do, stay involved in the community and working for the people of Will County. Thanks, everyone.
Our next plaque is being presented to Mike Frizzlone in appreciation for your 10 years of dedicated service to the citizens of Will County as County Board Member, Majority Whip, Minority Leader, Chair of the Finance Committee, Vice Chair of Capital Improvements Committee, and the service of the Executive Committee and Land Use and Development Committee, dated this 17th day of November, 2022. Congratulations, Mike. We'll miss you, but you'll still be around. We're going in front for the picture, and then we talk. We kind of have a different writing.
As always, I have a few comments. Most of them thank yous. I want to thank the constituents that allowed me to serve for 10 years. I want to thank the staff, Beth, Lana, Pam, Sandy, my finance advisors, Melissa, Marcy, Karen, and Rashawn, our chiefs of staff, Bruce, Reagan, Maura, and Nick, our SAs, Mary, Matt, and Kevin, Mr. Building himself, Dave Tact, my family, including my wife and daughter who are out here today. At least they won't have to hear me say, I've got a meeting today. And then the leadership team, Mimi and Beth, I think we worked, Meta and Mimi, we worked very well together. And certainly my caucus for always supporting the initiatives that we came together as a group on and staying strong. I especially want to thank my partner Steve and Whip Judy and the senior team, which consists of Chuck, Tom, Don, and my mentor and friend, Speaker Mustas. And when I ran 10 years ago, I had 4 main goals. The first was to eliminate pensions for county board members. We did that. At least I think we did. To keep our taxes as low as possible while increasing services, and we did that. To take our county and make our buildings more efficient and run more efficient, and after 8 buildings in 7 years, we did that. And make our county more green. And after solar panels and LED lights and a new RNG facility, we did that. So I'm going to thank the entire board for helping me meet my goals. And finally, while I may not like everybody in this room, I love you all. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Gretchen Fritz. In appreciation for your 8 years of dedicated service to the citizens of Will County as County Board Member, Vice Chair of the Judicial Committee, and service on the Capital Improvements Committee and the Diversity and Inclusion Committee, dated this 17th day of November, 2022.
Hopefully I can get through this. So this is for all of you who do not go to church. I get one more shot at this. Psalm 127:1. Unless the Lord builds a house, those who build it labor in vain.
Thank you, Gretchen.
Next, we have Saud Gazanfer. In appreciation for your 9 months of dedicated service to the citizens of Will County as county board member and service on the Finance Committee, Diversity and Inclusion Committee, and Land Use and Development Committee, dated the 17th day of November 2022. Yeah, let's take a picture.
Madam Executive and members of this board, let me begin by saying how privileged I feel to have the opportunity to serve this institution as well as the other members of you do. I wish to thank all the precinct committee members of my board district to have nominated me for this privileged position and gave me an opportunity to serve in this position. I truly feel the last 9 months have been fulfilling and have given me the opportunity to gain valuable experience in the working of our county board. It has been an honor to represent the community from Bolingbrook and the Indian American community on this prestigious board. In the words of Mahatma Gandhi, the future depends on what we do in the present, and time and again this board has echoed this sentiment. I can proudly say to my kids, I have been part of some of extremely visionary decisions that this board has taken, be it the mental health board, the RNG facility, or the construction of solar farms. These projects will be extremely beneficial for the future generation of residents of Will County. To all my colleagues of the board, hats off to each of you for the dedication and sincerity with which you are serving. I may not have agree with you on all the points, but it's respect for everything that you guys do and say. It's really, really been a privilege. Your work ethics and commitments have inspired me tremendously. I must also pay tribute to the high quality of the staff we have. I have been impressed by the depth of their knowledge and understanding, be it the committee or board meetings when they are replying to numerous questions from us or the public. Personally, I found the staff extremely helpful and always willing to share their experience with me. Before ending, let me acknowledge my depths of gratitude to a few people that I have known before joining the board. Let me mention Jackie Trenier, Rachel Ventura, Speaker Cohen, Madam Executive, and Madam Clerk, known before joining the board, and they have always been an inspiration for me to join the public service. And also, I would like to thank Nick Palmer, Beth Adams, Pam, and Sandy for making it easy for me to ease into the operations and working of this board. So I'm really, really grateful for the excellent service that you provide for us. And finally, let me thank you for all the friendship and honor having worked with you. For those who are moving on to different services, all the best for you. And for those new members who are coming in, and for the board members who are staying, I wish you all the success in your deliberation. Once again, thank you for this honor and privilege of serving this institution. Thank you.
This doesn't seem to end, does it? Next, we have Don Gould. In appreciation for your 20 years of dedicated service to the citizens of Will County as county board member, chair of Public Health and Safety Committee, chair of Public Works and Transportation Committee, vice chair of Judicial Committee, vice chair of Public Health and Safety Committee, and service on the Budget Review Committee, Capital Improvements Committee, Executive Committee, Finance Committee, and they forgot reapportionment committees twice, dated this 17th day, that's a lot, of November 2022. Congratulations, Don, for serving. We'll do a picture first.
Sure. Thank you.
Well, thank you all very much. It's always best to begin by giving thanks, and I just want to start by thanking God for this opportunity. I want to thank my wife, Cindy. Cindy, stand up. She's in the corner here. I want to thank, for sure, I want to thank my wife, Cindy, and my sons, Drew and Joey, for all their love and understanding over the years. You all know serving on this board means some sacrifice, and I've missed some baseball tournaments. I've missed some things because we had 51,000 people who expected that we would be here in our districts. And I want to thank Cindy and the kids for their love and understanding because they knew what I signed up for. I want to thank my mom and dad, who were both, by the way, elected officials, for being good examples to me when I was growing up. And my dad's no longer here. He passed away about 9 years ago, but he was good inspiration to me. I want to thank the good people of District 6 who showed their trust and confidence in me for 20 years. They really are. I mean, traveling around Will County, we really have people in Will County who represent the best of America. You can feel it in their spirit and just traveling around, and they love our county as much as each and every one of you do. I want to thank the county board staff. I want to thank Beth and Pam, and Nick and Sandy and all their predecessors for all their help that they've given me. When I was a kid in the 70s, around the dinner table, I'd hear these names, Roy Hassert, Ted Grabavoy, Dick Tezak, who started Sunny Hill. Who are these people? It was the old Will County Board of Supervisors. If you probably heard me say, we had 45-member county board. 45-member county board until 1972. And as I grew up, I began to read about the county board, started watching the meetings on cable TV, and thought, well, I might want to try to do this someday. And I never thought it would turn into this, but they were the people, they were like the legends of Will County. They were these township supervisors who, if you were a township supervisor, you automatically served on the county board. And they brought all that knowledge of local government, and they built our county into what it is today. And Mr. Mustis, you remind me of those people. Your township service, your county service, when the history of Will County is written, Jim, you will be in the Legends chapter because you brought all that knowledge, and we've all benefited from that township and county confluence together. When I joined here, I was a 39-year-old whippersnapper. They sat me where Mark's at. Jackie and I sat next to each other for a long time. We shared a lot of laughs together. Then they moved me to where Julie was. Then they moved me to where Raquel was. And for the last 4 years, they put me in the corner. So I guess that says, what does that say? You're on your way out the door. But lastly, I want to say to my fellow board members that it's been great to serve with all of you. And you know, we all come from different backgrounds, different occupations, different races, different experiences, but we all come to this board together. And I feel that leaving here, this makes us all better people. I know it's made me a better person having served with all of you. When I listen to what people say, it's just when you listen to another person, why do they say this? Why do they feel that way? And then you begin to take an understanding, and we're all better for that, you know, and we understand each other. So I want to thank each and every one of you for enriching me. And many former board members, just got to say this, on both sides of the aisle have become clients of mine. And I take that as a compliment because I haven't heard from people in years, and then they come back, and then we reconnect, and you know, I'm just honored to represent them, and you know, and just keep in touch with everyone. But it's been a great experience, and goodbye, good luck, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Okay, we're up to number 8. Debbie Krolitis is next. In appreciation of your 2 years of dedicated service to the citizens of Will County as county board member and service on the Judicial and Legislative and Policy Committee and Public Health and Safety Committee, dated this 17th day of November 2022. Thank you, Debbie. Doesn't it, though?
I have been here just 2 years. It has been a short term. Unfortunately, I came in right during COVID, so that whole first year was just, how about it, Raquel? I mean, and everybody kept saying, this is not normal. Well, no, it wasn't. So it was a whole year, basically. I don't know how many months it was exactly, but meeting online. So I kind of, in one way, feel like I really only got to know everyone the last 8 months or so, when we finally came back in living, in living color here. But, it was difficult that first year, and I'm so thankful to work alongside the people that are in this room and the staff that did such an amazing job that year. That was really tough. Long Zoom meetings and strange situations. But to Mimi's point, to Mike's point, the great things that over the last couple of years have been accomplished, it was an honor to serve. I know God has a journey for all of us. This was a stop for me, and I was delighted to be here. I chose not to run because I took a position with a national organization, and I really am traveling more and more. So unfortunately, I'm not going to be in this room having fun with all of you, but God ordains our steps. This has been a beautiful stop. We do everything for God's glory, and let's keep loving and serving one another. So thank you, and God bless everyone. Thanks for all your great service. You've been wonderful.
Okay, moving on. We're on number 9. Tyler Markham, in appreciation for your 6 years of dedicated service to the citizens of Will County as county board member, Chair of Judicial Committee, Chair of Land Use and Development Committee, and service on the Capital Improvements Committee, Executive Committee, Finance Committee, Legislative and Policy Committee, and Public Works and Transportation Committee, dated the 17th day of November 2022.
We can reminisce when our work is done, so thank you.
That was short. That's Tyler. Short and sweet. That's Tyler. Man of few words.
You're the next.
That's right. Man of few words, but now we're coming up to the person who we all know has many words to share with us all the time. I don't know how we're going to fill that void on the county board. Jim Bustos. In appreciation for your 30 years of dedicated service to the citizens of Will County Board as county board member, chairman of the county board, Republican caucus chair, speaker of the county board, chair of the executive committee, chair of the executive committee, chair of the insurance and personnel committee, vice chair of the finance committee, vice chair of the policy and rules committee, and service on the budget review committee, capital improvements committee, judicial committee, land use and development committee, and public works and transportation committee, dated this 17th day of November 2022. He only missed being on the ad hoc IT committee, I think. Jim, come on down.
Jim, I apologize for the small font.
It's okay. It's okay.
There's so many committees on there.
There's so many committees on there.
Boy, it was a quick 30, I can tell you that. Yeah, maybe a little longer for some others, right? First I would like to say thank you to everyone, our county board staff, present and past, Super Beth. You're like another daughter to me, so thank you for all your help over the years. Mary, State's Attorney's Office. Mary, it's been a blast. Huh? Yeah. I still don't agree with you. No. Yeah. Also over the years, we really, this executive form of government, which I'm still trying to figure out. But there is a lot of interaction between the executive's office and the county board, and a lot of. So I'd like to, over the years, thank the executive staff and the county executives. I've served under all of them that have currently, and it's always been helpful, and we've always had a lot of cooperation. Even though people tend to think there's this constant bumping of heads, there's a lot more getting things done than there is bumping heads. I probably couldn't thank everybody. Certainly, the folks of District 2, it's been a privilege that you bestowed upon me to represent you. And all I can say to District 2, and it's changed over the years, so it's been Frankfort Township, New Lenox Township, Green Garden Township, and I think a little part of Homer Township, and Manhattan Township. Good part of the county, right? So those are the areas I've represented over the years, and thanks to all those folks who gave me the privilege of representing them. So here's what I like to say. I said this actually at the Republican caucus last night. So where do I start? Well, let's start in the beginning. December of 1992. Kidding. But I was sworn in December of 1992. I had hair. It was brown. It was on the longer side, probably a little half ear. It was on the longer side. I had a mustache, and I had 20/20 vision. But the real kicker was I was an inch taller. 30 years a lot of changes can happen in 30 years. What was never changed for me was the privilege I felt of serving. And it really is a privilege and honor. And I look forward to those of you who are going forward and going to continue to serve. Thank you and congratulations. Those of you who are maybe leaving this board, me included, still find ways to serve, because there's a lot of ways we can still serve folks. And in the end, all I can say, I've used sports analogies over the years, and so here's one last one. When you play hard and you give it your all on the field, win, lose, draw, you can walk away with your head up high. And that's how I feel. I'm walking away, my head up high, and thank you all. It's been like I say, it's been a blast working with you all. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Okay, next we have number 11, Margaret Tyson. In appreciation for 4 years of dedicated service to the citizens of Will County as County Board Member, Majority Whip, Chair of the Diversity and Inclusion Committee, Vice Chair of Finance Committee, and service on Capital Improvements, Executive, Public Health and Safety Committee, and Public Works and Transportation Committee, dated the 17th day of November, 2022.
Congratulations on this.
Wow, it's been a good run. I served 3 years. I want to thank everybody, the staff, the executive staff, my coworkers. I want to thank District 3 for allowing me to be their county board representative. And I especially want to thank the speaker for allowing me to be the chair of the Diversity and Inclusion Committee, and I'm looking forward to that resolution being passed today on the executive committee. Thank you very much.
Number 12 is Rachel. She's not here, so we don't have the plaque out for her, but I'm going to go ahead and read the resolution. In appreciation for your 4 years of dedicated service to the citizens of Will County as County Board Member, Chair of Public Health and Safety Committee, and service on Capital Improvements Committee, Executive Committee, Finance Committee, Judicial Committee, and Land Use and Development Committee, dated the 17th day of November 2022.
And last but not least, someone who also goes with a lot of knowledge, especially on Land Use Committee, is Tom Weigel. In appreciation for your 18 years of dedicated service to the citizens of Will County as County Board Member, Chair of the Land Use and Development Committee, Vice Chair of Public Works and Transportation Committee, and service on the Executive Committee, Judicial Committee, and Legislative and Policy Committee, dated the 17th day of November 2022.
I'd like to thank staff and the county board members. It's been a pleasure serving all these years. I think the county is in much better condition now than it was 18 years ago. And we're a great growing county, and I believe we'll continue to do that. And hopefully things will be just as good in the future. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Meta and Judy. I do want to say, too, I know we're going to have public comment later, but I do want to say thank you to all of you who have served, whether it's 2 months or 30 years. You know, public service can be frustrating, but it's always more rewarding than not. So thank you for your time and dedication. I will leave with a Jim Moostis story. Because, you know, Jim was, when I became county executive, Jim and I had a very nice conversation. And, you know, much of what he said is what he shared today. We have differences, but, you know, never take it personal. That's what he always says, never take it personal. We're talking about good policy. But many may not know that I was the regional superintendent at one time, so I have been around the county. And I had the pleasure of twice not being paid by governors. One was Governor Rauner for 8 months, and one was Governor Quinn for 6 months as a regional superintendent. And so I was a young mom at the time, but we were still coming into work. And so many of the regional superintendents were going to their board to ask for a stipend to help them through the time. And so I did present before the board. I remember talking, I believe it was executive committee, sharing that we weren't looking for pay, just for a stipend so I can help with my child care. And Jim, in his big, compassionate heart, said, no. And then, no, I will say they did end up doing it, and we just had to reimburse them. But no, it wasn't personal. That's why. And I've learned, Jim, you've said no a lot, so I appreciate it. No, Jim, you have been wonderful. So thank you for all your advice. Don, Tom, a lot of years. It's been a lot of years to give, and your family too. We know how much sacrifice it is. Tyler, your dad would be proud, and so many of you for giving up your time and dedication. These meetings are sometimes long and arduous, and we appreciate the work that you do. So thank you. So now we have public comment. Is there any public comment for today's agenda items? We have some we're going to have some letters read too, but reminder that public comment is reserved for 3 minutes.
I have one public comment to read in from Kenneth Harris. Good morning, County Executive, honorable county board members, and all in attendance. I want to say thank you to all the county board members that will not be continuing as Will County board members after today's meeting. It was a pleasure of mine to serve along with you, and I can truly say that I've learned a lot from each of you. Just know that you have accomplished a lot for Will County. I'm sure as you reflect on your time as a board member, you will see that you have served your districts well and you have a lot to be proud of. Enjoy your next phase, and once again, thank you.
Moving on to any other public comments? Moving on to old business, all resolutions and ordinances from the October 2022 board meeting have been, oh, I'm sorry. This, is it, yes, you can speak now, yeah. It's not about, it's about the hearing, the land use hearing, or is it, yep, you're more than welcome now, yep.
I know.
Madam Executive, county board members, both old friends and new, I really appreciate the opportunity to get up here and address this board as not an elected official, but as a citizen of Will County. And I want to thank you all for all the hard work that you do for our county. I have two things besides saying goodbye. I did want to bring up one thing. Now that I've reached 65 years of age, and my home is nearly paid off, taxes are an issue for everybody, and I don't have a bank collecting my money. I really appreciated during the time of COVID where you guys had a 4-payment process. It makes it easier when you are saving your money. Now, I know you have a prepayment plan here, but why do I want to give my money to you to hold when I could hold my money and pay you guys out in 4 installments? I would really like to see you all debate that. I'd like to see you put a policy together that would make it easier for not only senior citizens, but everyone in this county that has an ability to pay in multiple payments rather than twice a year. We all have budgets, and I know this money goes out to a lot of different people. It's not just paid out to you guys, you know? But a budget is money comes in, money goes out. Everybody can argue that we got to pay 50,000 people, whatever. It's still the same amount of money. Just give our citizens an opportunity to pay it in installments and set it up for 4 times. I think it made life easier for me and my family. With that, I want to thank all you guys that are leaving here. This is a huge cleaning and cleansing. 13 people. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of history. Let's see. We'll start with 30 because it's easier to add. With another 20 with Don, that's 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. That's over 100 years worth of experience that's walking out the door. It's a lot. You guys that are coming on the board, thank you for your service. Good luck in your endeavors here. There's been a good path set by your predecessors. I want to thank Gretchen, who came in and walked many neighborhoods with Gretchen. Her service was well. Herb, we've had a great time all over the place, you know, around the country, meeting folks as well as doing the people's work here in Will County. It's been a lot of fun. Tom, I'm going to miss your grandson's stories and the fishing stories, and I hope that he continues to grow big and strong. And Mike, what can I say? You know, we've done just some good things here, and you've continued that with the building of the courts and everything that we've done with the sheriff's office, et cetera. Don, freshman class, man. 20 years ago, we walked in this room and took our seats here, and I think we're the last of that breed, especially since Jim's leaving. We don't have that kind of history anymore. And Jim, what can I say? You know, you've been a mentor to every person in this room. You just have, whether they wanted to believe it or not. you found some way to make it happen. And I just want to leave with one more thing. I had my hip replaced when I was still on the board. I went to the doctor a little while later and got measured. I'm now an inch taller. Jim? I'm just saying. Thank you very much. You all have a great day.
Okay, so we have no new business, so we will move on to land use and development. I know this is a long meeting and people have talked about breaks and stuff, so we will get through land use, and then if we decide we need to take a break, we will do that after. So, I'm sorry, is there more, is it public comments? We're doing this right now. We're going to get on that right now. Yeah, thank you. Yep, no problem.
All righty. Good morning, everybody. I'll begin by making the motion to open the public hearing for all land use cases. So I so move.
Motion by Tyler, seconded by Freeman. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller. Yes. Frizalone. Newquist. Yes. Ogalla. Yes. Flagel. Yes. Mostis. Yes. Mitchell. Yes. Tyson. Yes. Gazanfer. Yes. Trainier. Yes. Fritz. Yes. Gould. Yes. Van Dyne. Yes. Balich. Yes. Brooks. Yes. Parker. Yes. Coleman. Yes. Markham.
Yes.
Berkowitz. Yes. Pretzel. Yes. Weigel. Yes. Freeman. Yes. Krolitis. Yes. Cowan. Yes. 24 affirmative. We are now in public hearing. Please be advised that absolutely no new evidence or information will be allowed once this land use public hearing is closed. Now we'll invite the public up for comment. If you want to just walk around there, and you can just come to the podium over here. Yep.
Any and all. Yep. Yep.
This is for all, yes. That was it. If you would be so kind when you speak to please state your name, at least for the, so
You
we
got
can
to
have
turn his
recording.
microphone on, Jennifer.
I will turn it on, yep.
My name's Floyd Catchpole. I live at 321 Marigold Place, and I'm here to talk about zoning case 73 along Cherry Hill Road. I'm curious to why people think that an industrial park in a residential neighborhood is a good idea. And who puts an industrial park on well water and septic fields in a residential neighborhood? Will it even have fire hydrants? And who doesn't think that if there's a catastrophic fire on the facility, bad luck won't ensue, and the first thing to go down to be the pump house? So I have a lot of concerns about this. I think the question is not, do we get more taxes from an industrial park than from an ag field? The question is, can we develop this land to increase surrounding property values, not decrease them? To improve neighborhoods, not put them at risk. This neighborhood has an enormous amount of public wells and private wells. There are literally hundreds of wells within a half a mile of this industrial park. Many of them were abandoned in the 1960s when the first public well houses went in the area. So I'm in Eastmoreland Water Service. And that caused the abandonment of great many wells in the neighborhood in the 1960s. We all know in the 1960s what the chances were that those wells were capped and sealed. Shall we say 0? I have an abandoned well in my backyard. There are wells that don't show up in this map provided from the State Water Service, Geological Service. So there's a huge risk if any contamination happens from this facility. We all know what can occur in Industrial 2. Think of Tri-County Stockdale, west of town, with the fire they had there. That a facility like Tri-County Stockdale would be allowed under I-2 zoning. If there was a catastrophic fire and contamination, we could literally put over 100 people on wells without drinking water, let alone our local well, Eastmoreland, is less than 200 feet deep. And the dark color on the map I passed around is people drawing water from a sand and gravel aquifer. We all know how fast contamination travels through a sand and gravel aquifer. So this is extremely risky business. I strongly urge people to reconsider zoning this as either C6 or C1. A much more appropriate zoning than this. The fact that they can't get water to the facility and have to use a well is an indication that this site is just being developed too early. We need to step back, let the development and improvement of the area proceed to the point where we can properly do this without putting a great number of people at risk. This could be catastrophic if there was a major accident on this industrial facility, and would just devastate property values, let alone put a lot of people's lives and health at risk. Thank you.
Hi, I'm here for zoning case 73. I am Robert Witzke of 322 Hartford Place in Joliet in the Ingalls Park area. Beth Adams, I sent you a PDF. If you could please bring that up on the monitors the other day. Okay. All right, thank you. I sent in a PDF attached to the agenda, apparently, that you all should be able to view. So I have a few questions and concerns about this industrial development. First, I'd like to know why we, the citizens of Ingalls Park, are not given fair warning for the proposed development. My wife and I came home on Friday, October 14th, to find the zoning hearing signs out near our house. All weekend long, we checked the Will County website, and no information was posted. It wasn't until Monday that we got information when we called. We did not receive the registered letter that Mr. Kavanaugh's law firm sent out until after the signs were put up, since we work and no one is home to sign for it. Many of our neighbors that we talked to complained about this as well. This is a working class neighborhood. Many of us had to lose pay or use sick time or vacation time to even try to be here to fight for our homes. Many people from our neighborhood cannot afford to lose pay, which is why more of us can't be here to stand up against this development. Also, I don't understand why the landowners and the purchasers are not required to be at these hearings to face their neighbors and the boards themselves. Second, I would like to know what protections are going to be put in place for the school and the neighborhood children so they cannot access the site during construction and the detention ponds when they are filled with water. Third, I'd like to talk about my home. If you would please view the PDF that I submitted to the agenda. When it rains for long periods of time, the ground gets saturated with water and does not drain. The water sits below the surface in the spongy clay around the foundation. Eventually, the ground is so saturated, the water sits on the surface and fills the low point next to my property, which I have circled in red on the PDF. My house was built in 1956, and the water holding causes small cracks in the floor of my basement to seep. This usually happens in the spring and the fall when we have heavy rain. So far, the longest time it's seeped is a week. However, if power is lost, our sump could not run and my basement would flood completely. In this proposed development, a detention pond starts 75 feet from my house, which I have also marked on the PDF. I was told by my engineer, Jane Bryant, that, I quote, "The plan currently shown would block the drainage from being able to drain to the south, which currently it does, and which would make drainage issues worse. Their detention basin high water level is too high for them to put a drainage structure in to help drain the area. The basin adjacent to your property should be restricted to a height that would allow your property to drain to the south. I suggest making a request as a condition of approval that the high water level of the pond be set lower than my yard, so it doesn't make your situation worse and allow draining to be added," end quote. I also believe a wet detention basin without some sort of impenetrable liner would allow more water to migrate north underground and keep my property's basement flooded all year. And if they're able to engineer the site so the water drains away from my property and the neighborhood as a whole, where is it going? According to the plat, it will drain from the north detention pond to the south detention pond and into a culvert under Cherry Hill Road drainage ditch. This ditch happens to be next to the land owned by Melody Ridge Development. And there is a representative here from Melody Ridge to talk more about this. There is also pictures in my PDF of the current drainage pipes in there that are already in place for that part. I talked to Mr. Caton, the developer, about the value of our house, and he said it should not drop, but what if it does? And then also, this development next to our homes will absolutely make our houses less appealing to future purchasers. Finally, I would like to end with none of this even speaks to the incredible displacement of wildlife. Dragonflies, bats, deer, hawks, possibly Swanson hawks, which are on the endangered species list, groundhogs, skunks, coyotes, all come to eat and hunt here in these fields. I ask you to vote no on this proposal. Thank you for your time.
And I was asked just to mention, just your name, you don't have to provide your address.
Okay. My name is Cheryl Witzke. I am here to speak on behalf of myself and my husband and for a couple of our neighbors. I'm going to read a statement from Chris Yanchek, one of our neighbors. The Will County Planning and Zoning Commission report would lead you to believe that this area is full of industrial buildings and parks. What is not mentioned is the fact that they are all on the south side of I-80. From New Lenox to Center Street, there are no industrial sites on the north side, which is where they want to put this new industrial park. It is also right in the middle of Ingalls Park on the northwest and New Lenox Wildwood Estates to the east. 80 is directly south. All truck traffic would have to go south, back over the interstate to reach on and off access to Route 80. The only other way to access Route 80 is to go north on Cherry Hill Road to Washington Street intersection. Trucks going this way will make any cars there back up so they can even make the turn. The intersection cannot accommodate trucks safely. There also isn't a berm tall enough to keep lights from this proposed industrial park blazing through our windows. There are more suitable parcels for sale on the south side of Route 80 that would not disrupt the lives of those like us who would be living right next to this development. I am also here to represent Shannon Loftus, who posted a petition on change.org that has over 600 signatures in opposition to this industrial park. I would just like to add that I'm really hoping that you will vote no to this. The citizens of Will County have been screaming against industrial developments from North Point to the Love's Truck Stop to us. We don't want any more. If, however, you do see to vote yes on this, I am asking for the contingency to make sure that my property does not flood, so that the detention pond is lower than our property level so that we can still drain south. And they need to figure out where the extra water would go so that it doesn't flood Melody Ridge. Thank you for your time, and thank you to all the members who have spent their time on the board. We very much appreciate it as the citizens. Thank you.
My name is Krista Heilman. I've been a resident of the Spring Green community for 26 years. Raised one family, got another family. My main concern is for the kids. It's one of the only parks in the area that this industrial area is going to be built across from, that the kids really have to play. Surrounded by schools. We did not want the Cherry Hill Industrial Park. We did not want Love's. The truck traffic is just not conducive to the roads there. Everything's two-lane, it's rural, they're country roads. I've had at least 5 accidents, semis coming through our ditch. I live on a corner lot. So Cherry Hill and Mills is a heavy route for the trucks coming out of that cold storage building, which is another thing we didn't want, but it's there. I think everybody's presented enough evidence as far as our wells we're worried about. We already have very poor drainage that we get no support from county regarding. I just think adding something like that would just compound even more. We're unincorporated for a reason. I think a lot of people like to be rural, and they just keep eating it up. We're just asking you to just leave us some rural community. That's what we want.
Good afternoon. First, I'd like to say by everybody, all the board members that are here, that are currently in office, thank you for your service. Those leaving, thank you for your service, and those coming in, good luck in your endeavors. My name is Michael Erfmeyer. I live at 275 Monterey Drive. I live in Wildflower Estates right across from Ingalls Park Community. I don't directly back up to this. I kind of do, close enough. I cannot imagine the dismay and the heartache that the people that immediately back up to this feel. I am a 29-year member of Pipefitters Local 597. I've been involved in industry my entire life, from 18 on up to now. I've taken the time and the luxury to be able to go back to Purdue University and learn engineering, so I have a practical application as to what occurs between industry and the actual working methods of industry and the practical application from that point. I welcome industry. What I do not welcome in it is in the communities in somebody's backyard. It's appalling. There are designated areas for this, as that wonderful woman said, across from I-80, that are perfectly suited for it. Putting this in somebody's backyard, it's irresponsible. As of right now, the truck traffic that's there, last Thursday, myself almost got in an accident at the corner of Cherry Hill and Washington. It's a 2-lane highway. These trucks do these 2-lane turns where they pull out, do their outer swings to get the room to be able to turn so they don't fall in a ditch, all the while another truck is coming up. It's already grossly overrun with trucks in its current state. We have bridge problems because of these trucks going over them. All right, we have a bridge right there. Our state cannot even keep up with the infrastructure repairs on the bridges we got. We see the nightmare on I-80 that it is imposing. And I know there's not that many trucks that go over that bridge now, but we put an industrial park there. We are going to increase that truck traffic, and we are going to degrade the structure of that bridge even furthermore. We can't even afford to fix the bridges we got, and we're going to add loads to bridges that we currently have. Furthermore, in industry, we don't know what's going in there. There is an industrial park that had a facility that had stored oils, did fabrication there, acetylene, oxygen, so on and so forth. That caught on fire. It shut down I-80 for 3 hours. The smoke pillaring from that was extremely bad. Now, if something to that nature, whether it's a truck and trailer modifier or fabricator or any form of fabrication whatsoever, we want to stick that 200 yards closer to people's homes over there in Ingalls Park. It's grossly unacceptable. As I said, I have been involved in industry for a long time, and again, I welcome it. But welcoming it in where we're at right there, it's not right. Again, with that fire that happened, we had to have hazardous materials teams on the scene for what happened off of the industrial facility of I-80. And again, we're going to move that over into somebody's backyards. There's so many reasons that we should not be putting this there, between the roads not being conducive, the bridge, the pure safety of the individuals that live there. And I'm telling you this from somebody, again, that has been involved in industry. My shop is right here in Joliet, right off of Collins Street. I maintain several chemical facilities, refineries, and small industry. I work everywhere from ExxonMobil on down to small industry. And I can tell you that none of those facilities, not a single one of them, are in anybody's backyard. And that's for a good reason. Thank you very much.
Good morning. First of all, I'd like to thank the Will County board members that are leaving the board. Thank you for your public service. I was the one who passed out the maps. I don't know if you guys all have a map you can look at. I just want you to realize that this hearing is not just about this one plot of land. It's also about the plot to the north, and eventually the plot to the east across Cherry Hill Road. If you guys consider this for industrial, it's only a matter of time before that plot to the north also goes industrial. What would be the other use for it? And then when you look across Cherry Hill Road, there's a plot to the east right now that New Lenox is zoned residential. Well, I think if you have 2 industrial parks there, do you think somebody's going to want to put a neighborhood in that area? Probably not. At the land use hearing, the lawyer for the landowner brought reasons why industrial is the perfect use of land. I don't think it's the perfect use for land. The perfect use of the land is farmland. I know that because it's been that for 150 years. The yields have been consistent the whole time I'm there. I've been there 11 years, and I've watched that farmer harvest every fall. It's not like the field floods out, it doesn't dry out, it doesn't burn out. It's a good field, regardless of what he wants to tell you the scores of that field is. I also think that housing would be a good use. We were told that it would cost $300,000 to bring a water line to that area. I don't buy that, first of all, but second of all, if it does cost that, if you look at that plot of land and you compare it to the plot of land I live in, Wildflower. Okay, Wildflower has 60 houses in it, and it's smaller than that plot of land. So maybe you can fit 100 houses on that plot of land, the plot of land next to it. So if you spread that $300,000 out, that's really not much per lot. I think that single-family homes would be good there. I think that a retirement community would be good there, too. My parents spent months trying to get into Lago Vista and Lockport because there's not enough spaces there. I think something like that would not burden the schools or anything, while also providing tax dollars. We heard that the landowner is going to be paying $150,000 a year in taxes, and that's a lot of money for one man to pay. But when you look at that plot of land and you compare it to Wildflower, and the citizens of Wildflower are paying $850,000 a year for that plot of land. So you tell me, where's the tax revenue better for Will County? Also, with that more tax revenue, I'm sure that the fire chief that the lawyer pointed out that was happy to get $60,000 so he can pay for part of a fire truck would be able to buy a whole fire truck. The owner of this land, he spent a good portion of his net worth, I'm sure, to buy this land. And you know, some people should say he should do what he wants because he owns that land. And I think that's a good line of thinking. When my neighbors bought their land, they bought it because it was zone residential, and they planned to build a house there. And I'm sure they used more of their net worth on that land than this man used on his land. And if you guys choose not to change the zoning here and it stays farmland, the value of his land will still increase and he can sell it at profit. The value of our land, though, it's going to go down. We're going to lose property value for it. So if you look at the map, you'll see that residential is circled in yellow and industrial is circled in red. The land in question in the adjacent plot of land to the north is marked in orange. Please note that the green area is in New Lenox for the future residential. Other than the small strip next to I-80 that I believe is owned by the same landowner, which we had no say in, nobody was notified of a public hearing for that land. All other industrial is south of I-80. Look south of I-80, you're going to see a bunch of it circled in red. That's all industrial. There's plenty of farmland back there that you can build more industrial. Why would anyone want to build an industrial park in between three neighborhoods? Because that's what you have. You have surrounding neighborhoods right there all around encircling that industrial park. So I just don't understand this. So my last and most important point, which is everybody's point here, it's traffic safety. The one thing no one here disputes, not the board, not residents, not even the lawyer for this project, this will bring more truck traffic into the area. At the last land use meeting, he mentioned that when asked by a member of the board if they had any clients, the client that they did have was a trucking repair and in sales business. So this is going to bring more trucks. Make no mistake about this. I'm a father, and my number one job is the safety and security of my children. Frankly, this makes my children, all the children in this area, less safe. All the children that cross Washington Street and Cherry Hill Road to play at the park on the corner of these streets, all the children that come to my subdivision to trick or treat on Halloween, all the children that have bus stops on Washington Street, all the children that ride on the bike path that crosses both Washington Street and Cherry Hill Road, this will affect all of them, their safety. I work with a bunch of people up from all over the country, and many of them ask me why I stay in Illinois. They cite the weather, the taxes, the politics as reason to leave. The only reason I see to leave is the truck traffic. It's gotten out of control here. So why do we want to bring it into neighborhoods? I don't understand that. So when you consider the weather, you can buy warmer clothes. The taxes, every state gets you one way or another. And when it comes to the politics, I don't believe politicians are bad. I don't believe anyone serving on this board decided to take this job and the hours that come with it, the time away from your family, to make the lives of citizens of Will County worse. I think you people are here to make the lives of citizens better. You feel responsible to your neighbors, and I'm asking you as a father and your neighbor, please don't make our children less safe. Thank you.
Sir, can you please state your name? I'm sorry.
Michael Dempsey,
Thank you.
269.
No, you don't. The address is fine. Just your
right.
name. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tracy Dempsey, just following my lovely husband, 269 Monterey Drive. We live in Wildflower Estates. Our backyard backs up to Cherry Hill Road, and I won't take long. I just want to paint a little context for you with a personal story. So when we moved in about 10 and a half years ago, our kids were little and there was no fence in our yard in the beginning. So we had a fence on order. We had a little 2-year-old who loved to sneak out from under us and try to cross the street. So as we were waiting for our fence, one day we had a family party. I was very much a helicopter mom. I was always looking for him, but as everyone knows who's parents, kids can be sneaky. Checked on him. He was in the playroom, sat down to eat. Checked on him a few minutes later. He was gone. Told my husband, I said, we've got to find Mikey. He's not here. My husband went out in the backyard. I was looking all over the house. In the backyard, there was a woman who almost hit him with her car. She had him in her arms and was walking him towards the house. I felt like I was punched in the gut. It was one of the worst, scariest days of my life. I almost lost him. He almost got hit by this car. Imagine if that would have been a semi-truck. Every time I see a semi-truck barreling down Cherry Hill Road, I feel sick to my stomach, still to this day, and that was, 10 years ago. That is why we're here today. It's really important that we don't have more truck traffic and this industrial park in our backyard. And really, I think you have a choice here of what's easy and what's right. And we're really asking you to do what's right for our community and the families in our community. Thank you very much.
Morning, everybody. My name is Tom Costello. I'm also a resident of Wildflower Estates. I wanted to come and speak and join my neighbors and other members of my community here to address the decision before the county board here, because in addition to being a member of the community and agreeing with and wholeheartedly endorsing all the comments and other points that my colleagues and neighbors and friends have made, I'm an attorney by trade, which, in addition to making me the least popular guy at any gathering, had me thinking about this from all of your perspective. When you're asked to make this decision and evaluate this request or motion to rezone this property, what are you looking at? What are you asked to evaluate? So I had to look it up. So according to the law, there are 6 factors that go into this decision, and I'm not going to take up much time, but I wanted to address all the points that have been made and all the information you've received according to the factors. So number 1 is the compatibility of the parcel with the existing use and zoning of nearby property. Well, as you've all seen from the map, and I think that tells the tale better than any words could, it's completely incompatible with the neighboring property. We're talking about a section of the community here that's bordered on the south by I-80, which is a natural kind of break from the industrial section to the south, and it's surrounded on all other parts of the parcel by residential property. So it's completely incompatible. During the land use meeting, there was discussion also that was a little beyond my understanding, but I was able to discern enough from it to understand that the quality of the soil is not suitable for any kind of construction, and a lot would have to go into this development. The second factor is the extent to which the property values of the subject property or surrounding property, I should say, are diminished. I'm not going to spend much time on that. I think that's self-evident. Number 3 is the extent to which the proposed amendment promotes the public health, safety, and welfare. And this one I think is very, very important because adding an industrial complex does nothing to promote the welfare, safety, or benefit the community. And in fact, it is detrimental to it in all the respects that have been mentioned. But also, I think, from the standpoint of burden on the board and the county, as far as the money that's going to have to be paid out to address things like the damage to the roads that the increased truck traffic will bring, the damage to the bridge across I-80 on Cherry Hill Road. When we were here for the land use meeting, it was discussed, well, there's a truck route that goes to the south past all the other industrial sites that are there and takes it to I-80. Well, to take this industrial site and put it in would increase that or extend that truck route over that bridge. And it's already in trouble, and it will basically demolish that bridge in no time. And you might get another $100,000 in property taxes if this goes through, but what is the county going to face as far as its share in having to rebuild or maintain the roadways and that bridge? I think that in totality, it's going to be a financial loss to the county in the long run. Not to mention the increased cost of the sheriffs that are going to have to be there for patrolling it or addressing issues, and every other cost that I'm probably not thinking of. The fourth element is the relative gain to the public as compared to the hardship imposed upon the applicant. Well, there's no gain to the public, so that's easy. The hardship on the applicant is really minimal or non-existent because of the multitude of available industrial sites to the south of I-80, right there. Fifth factor is the suitability of the subject property for purposes for which it's presently zoned. As Mr. Dempsey pointed out, it's been a perfectly viable farmland for 100+ years. It continues to be. It's not viable or suitable to be rezoned as industrial. And then last, but I think foremost, that the proposed amendment will benefit the needs of the community. This doesn't benefit the needs of the community. It benefits only the needs of the owner of that parcel that desires to sell it and have industrial develop there. That one man has other options, so he has no detriment. But you've heard from over 600 members of the immediately adjoining community here and in the other committees to tell you this doesn't benefit anybody but that one man. We're not here to benefit one man. We're here to benefit the community, and this doesn't do it. I'd end here just by pointing out that the zoning committee or commission, I apologize if I'm getting the terminology wrong, unanimously voted against recommending this rezoning. The committee dedicated to evaluating the application of zoning and whether this would make sense, unanimously voted no. So you've got the 600+ members of the community, you've got everybody here today, you've got the signatures on the petition, you've got your own colleagues saying no. I ask that you join them and all of us and say no as well. Thank you.
I'm Monty Bearcat, 261 Monterey Drive, New Lenox. As my neighbors have spoken, this is a residential area. Please keep it that way. You are the front line of decision to what this goes, either to make it an industrial area or residential, or keep it the way it is. There has to be a line drawn, and hopefully you'll keep it at I-80. Vote for this as you would if you lived in this area. You may not live in that area, but again, it's your community. You're the ones that represent us. Please make the right vote against this, and thank you for your service.
Hi, my name is Dan Collins. I'm here to talk about the same issue. I want to state that there are hundreds of homes in Ingalls Park just between Briggs Street and Cherry Hill Road. And over 50 homes and one school border the cornfield in question where the development is proposed. And across from Cherry Hill Road is the Wildflower subdivision in New Lenox, as you heard, with another 50+ homes in there. And there's 12 of those homes, maybe more, because it curves around with Moss Lane where they're proposing the access road, but at least 12 homes directly border Cherry Hill Road there. And there's also an adjacent park and a baseball field. This is a residential area. I'd also like to point out that along Washington Street, which I know they say the trucks won't go down Washington Street or whatever vehicles, but eventually they will. And if they do develop the area to the north of that cornfield, past the proposed area, there are 4 roads that dead end into that cornfield. And that's Kildare, Berkeley, Argyle, and Kenmore. Now, any future phase of this industrial subdivision will certainly be tempted to use these additional access points to their complex. This would bring trucks and more traffic within feet of homes on either side, on 3 sides of these homes. These homes on Washington Street already deal with the increased truck traffic in the front yards due to the warehouses south of I-80. And again, now we're talking about, because once you allow this to pass, if they were developed further to the north, because why wouldn't they now, they would open up these roads to Washington Street. I don't want to speculate too far into the future, but that would be a safe bet in my mind. Another valid concern is that once this industrial subdivision is complete, residents will have no say as to what type of businesses will operate there. I have read the list of permittable businesses that are allowed in parcels zoned I-2, and I would not choose to live by any of them. In truth, most will lower or kill your property value. Ingalls Park is a unique area due to its proximity to being right there in Joliet and also close to New Lenox. It's a great place for the first-time home buyer. There's people who raise families there, or if you're going to downsize or retire to. But most importantly, it is a residential area. As you can see on the map, it's surrounded by homes. And the residents there deserve to be protected from the industrial sprawl that has consumed the area south of I-80. Today, we're not here as citizens or on the petition to stop progress in any way. We know if you live near a cornfield, sooner or later something's going to go there, right? No, if you're in New Lenox, you say, when's the next subdivision coming? And it's getting to be that if you live in Joliet, it's like, when am I getting my warehouse? You know, when am I going to get my warehouse? So if you were to allow this in our residential area, you would fundamentally change the neighborhood, affect the safety of the residents as stated with the traffic and truck concerns, and you will lower all the property values. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Teresa Cowie, one of the owners of Melody Ridge Development. Me and my partners are all here. A couple gentlemen and individuals that live in the area, Wildfire has talked about the issues that caused regarding the fire that happened in October of 2019. All that chemical from the fire department, the tires, everything leaked into our fields and got almost about 20 feet or closer to residential homes that was in that area. And everything gets drained into Melody Ridge. And we have done things to try to slow that down, but as time goes by, you can't control everything. And we have talked to the city of Joliet, the road department, regarding when they built the asphalt department, the asphalt building across west of Cherry Hill Road. When they redeveloped that road and made it higher for the trucks to come in, the amount of water that builds up on that land that everybody's talking about for the industrial park now has over tripled. It looks like a swimming pool, the amount of water that's there now. Now, where do you think all that water goes? Under that new elevated road that they made for the asphalt company into Melody Ridge, which is making another water path toward those individual homes that live in Wildfire. Now, you're going to go build an industrial park that's going to create more water and retention for nowhere to go. You're creating another swimming pool. You already have one now west of the property. And we never even got notified of this. Thankfully for the nice work of all the individuals and the people that live in this subdivision west of us had notified us and called us and did their research and got us out here. We got no notification. We're right across the street for this industrial park. 3 owners, not one got a notice about it. We're a developer. We develop things. People think that it doesn't matter, but it does matter when you're building a community. And a lot of the stuff that we buy and we develop are residential home areas. There's already a plot already developed for that area, already approved by New Lenox over 15 years ago, that has not been developed. It's all planned out and drawn out. But now you're creating more issues by putting industrial parks next to residential homes. I wouldn't want to live by one. Nobody wants to build by one. You never know what they do. And already those trucks already use our property as a dump site. Luckily, those farmers that are farming it have done their due diligence to clean it up so residents and everybody else don't see that. But nobody knows about it because nobody's ever done anything about it. And I've made multiple phone calls to the road department and everybody else. Nobody has given me an answer or willing to do anything about it. So you're creating just more issues by putting another business park, and everything's already south of I-80. Why did everything just stay south of I-80? Why does it want to come more north and closer to residential homes?
Hello. First and foremost to the board, thank you for all your time and effort. While I don't deal with the board on that level, I have been around different groups, and I know it takes a lot of your time. Thank you for everything that you do for the county. My name's Dan Vestal, and I am the licensed water plant operator for Ingalls Park, one of the wells. I oversee 2 of the wells. I also work in a municipality. I have over 40 years experience in both water and wastewater. One of my biggest concerns is the water. Changing the plans, looking at these plans, were proposed that water may not naturally drain in the direction that it has been draining. By doing what you're looking to do, It's going to alter the the floodplain. The drainage will cease, or at the minimum, slow down. Your retention ponds.
Sorry, excuse me, sir. In the back there, if you want, can you just, so we can hear this gentleman, thank you.
The retention ponds, while they only hold the water for a little while, it's long enough. My biggest concern is also wastewater. With this development, do we have any idea what's going to be put in place for that? Water staying in one place becomes stagnant. That leads to problems. Wastewater leads to problems. All of this eventually has been deemed in the paperwork. The soil is not conducive. There's a lot of sand in there, whatnot, allows for this water, whether it's good, bad, indifferent, to drain back down into the aquifer. If the aquifer gets contaminated, everybody in the area gets contaminated. As it's been also said, there are well over 100 wells, some community wells, most of them individual wells. I respectfully please ask you to reconsider this and not allow this to go into place, as you're looking at a potential major problem if that aquifer goes bad. If the businesses that put a well in there go deeper and they end up using a lot more water that's what anticipated, it's going to essentially take away the water from the community wells and the individual wells that are not drilled as deep as what they propose. Thank you.
Is this morning now still? Okay, good morning, everyone. Okay. Truck traffic goes as it is.
Can you state your name, please, sir?
Oh, my name is Daniel Brown.
Thank you.
As it is, the truck traffic is, I'll be driving now as it is behind a truck, and one will pull up alongside me. Glad I'm not claustrophobic. And causes me to say the line from, you may have heard, pins and needles, needles and pins. A happy man is a man who grins. If you saw that, you may have seen that on the Honeymooners. So what we have here is the hardworking American families settled into a good neighborhood, affordable neighborhood, in their pursuit of happiness. And there's where they found it. Good schools for their children, parks to play in, and playgrounds. You've heard a lot of people up here talking about concerns. Well, most of them weren't necessarily concerns, they're actual reasons as to why this should not happen. And we all hold dear our pursuit of happiness, and I would hope that you would not approve this rezoning. Okay. Have a good day, everyone.
My name's George Gandy. I live near there, and the guy about the water covered a lot of what I was wanting to say. When some buildings were built south of 80, my well and my neighbor's well went dry. I found out that they were filling their fire protection tanks at that time. I don't know 100% if that had really effect, but I know now most construction has to have a tank, a fair-sized tank of water for fire protection. And to get that water, they're going to pump it out of the ground. And if it's a dry year, wells are going to go dry. You know, even if it's only for an hour or two, the pump will catch air and then don't pump. Also, I guess it's only a gentleman's agreement for the edge of the subdivisions to leave half a street, leave the other half for the next property to be subdivided. Well, that's the case in front of my house. There's only a half a street there, and the other half was supposed to come from the other property. But I say it must be a gentleman's agreement, and I'm not sure where the gentlemen's are. That's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a few more that have come in via email.
This is from Nicole McKay. Writing in regards to zoning the farm field in Cherry Hill subdivision to industrial is a horrible mistake. Please don't. This is from Christine Cagwin. Dear members of the Will County Board, we are begging you to oppose the rezoning of the land by Cherry Hill Road and Moss Lane. There are many subdivisions populated with young families whose children wait for the many school buses that pick up on those corners every day. Please do not add to the already disturbing amount of truck traffic coming off 80 from Briggs Street and the cold storage facility to the south. You will most certainly drive existing residents out of this area if you vote to allow this zoning to take place. New families will not want to settle near this kind of development. Please vote no. Your county residents in New Lenox and Joliet do not want this. Melissa Redmond. Please vote no to rezoning the land on Cherry Hill Road near Wildflower Park States. We have horrible semi-traffic from backups on 80 and 30 as it is. I have pictures that show this example of the dangerous truck traffic even when emergency vehicles are trying to get down the road. The road they would come down has a special needs school, no sidewalks and driveways that pull into the street. These semis are not respectful to other traffic and children in the area. Please vote no. It is just not safe or good for our community. Melissa Redmond. This is from Crystal Sullivan. I apologize for the late email. I hope that this message is received before the board meeting tomorrow regarding industrial zoning in Cherry Hill. I, like all of my neighbors, are against the proposed rezoning of an agricultural zone to an industrial zone. Hundreds of families reside in Cherry Hill and neighboring Wildflower. We are home to hundreds of children that love to ride their bikes down the street, an education center for School District 122, churches, and part of Providence High School's overflow lots and sports fields. We love where we live. We have chosen this place to raise our families. We cannot imagine a future where our children run down the street and see industrial buildings in front of them. The truck traffic alone proposes a safety issue to our children and school children who are in Cherry Hill daily. It will not be like the Cherry Hill we moved into, and this is now how we would like our children, and this is not how we would like our children to remember growing up in New Lenox. We are acutely aware of how an industrial zone will affect the safety of our children and schools, but also how this will affect the value of our homes. We cannot afford to move in this market, and we will not be able to afford to stay if the rezoning is approved. We are small business owners, educators, police officers, and firefighters, to name a few. We pour all we have into our homes in our neighborhood. To visualize a future where the market value of our homes stagnant is distressing. I write to you on behalf of so many like myself. We urge you to vote no regarding industrial development in Cherry Hill. This is from Nancy Schenk. Will County Board members, as at this Thursday's Will County Board meeting, as a homeowner and mother in Cherry Hill, I urge you to oppose case ZC 22073, which, as you know, proposes to rezone approximately 75 acres located between Washington Street, Cherry Hill Road, I-80, and Eisenhower Ingalls Park, changing it from agricultural A2 to industrial I2 space. Cherry Hill residents do not want industrial land nestled in our neighborhood and literally in our backyards. We do not want truck traffic coming and going down our residential streets as a shortcut. It's not safe or desirable. This neighborhood is already dealing with increased truck noise due to an increase of I-80 traffic as compared to 10 years ago. Soon, Geiger Road, a road that frames our subdivision, will expand from 2 to 4 lanes, adding more traffic and noise. We moved to New Lenox in this neighborhood 13 years ago to build our family. I'd like to preserve this as a family-friendly neighborhood by opposing industrial land so close. We have over 600 signatures opposing this change. Please help us and vote no this Thursday. Thank you for your support.
Executive, and I thank the board members for their service and for allowing me to speak. My name is Richard Kavanaugh. I'm an attorney. I represent the contract purchaser of this property. This is a request to rezone a 74-acre parcel from A1 to I2. The purpose of the request is to enable the purchaser, Denler Inc., to develop a 6-lot subdivision immediately adjacent to the subdivision which this board approved as far as rezoning in 2019 and a final plat earlier this year. The property is located in Joliet Township on the west side of Cherry Hill Road, immediately north of the existing Denler subdivision, which, as I said, was rezoned to I2 by the board in 2019. The final plat of that subdivision was approved by the plat committee here earlier this year and was also approved by the city of Joliet because the city of Joliet is exercising their 1.5-mile subdivision review authority pursuant to Illinois statutes. The property, as was mentioned by one of the earlier speakers, has been farmed for more than 150 years. The problem is that this is an isolated site, and the equipment to plant, the equipment to tend, the equipment to harvest needs to be brought to the site. The soil is good, but there are tremendous problems with depressional storage and water. You saw one of them in one of the handouts that was given to you earlier today with respect to the water, which looks like a lake, but it's really on the farmland. The farmland is good productive soils, but not that productive when you take into account the damage caused by the standing water and rain. They probably get about 50 acres worth of crops off this 70-acre farm. The LISA, that's the Land Evaluation and Site Assessment from the Will South Cook Soil and Water Conservation District, shows that this is not prime farmland, okay? It's not country areas or productive farmland, but rather its potential growth in incorporated area. At the hearing before the Planning and Zoning Commission, and this has been mentioned earlier too, and then at the Land Use Committee meeting, we heard comments that the local water system cannot handle supplying water to this site. That is why the property will be developed with well and septic. Each of the 6 lots will have its own system. The city of Joliet has central water and sewer south of 80 at the southwest corner of New Lenox Road, Haven Road, and Cherry Hill Road. Unfortunately, we're not contiguous to the city of Joliet, and therefore we cannot get water from the city of Joliet. Some people have suggested that the property be developed as a residential subdivision. The problem with that is if we're using well and septic, the smallest lot we can use is R2A, a 30,000 square foot lot, basically 2/3 of an acre. And doing that, when you take away the areas required for detention, required for roads, setbacks, et cetera, you're probably not going to get more than 70 or 75 houses on the 74 acres. The Will County Department of Transportation has jurisdiction over Cherry Hill Road. At their request, we obtained a traffic impact study from KLOA. We plan to implement all of their recommendations. All of the recommendations have been included on the preliminary plat. We have also been working closely with the city of Joliet since they again will use their subdivision review authority. We have talked with the fire district. The fire district is requiring dry hydrants in the detention ponds for fire suppression. When we were at the Land Use and Development Committee meeting, the attorney for the Joliet Grade School District, which borders our property to the west, asked if we could put in a berm along that west side, we intend to do that. And with respect to 4th Street, which is the property along the north, we are not going to do anything with 4th Street. We are not going to access 4th Street. That's why we have lined up at the request of the Department of Transportation with Moss Lane. So this is a good project. It is a simple continuation of I-2 Industrial from the property immediately south on the north side of I-80. If you look at the factors that are involved in whether property should be rezoned, the highest and best use of this property is clearly not farmland. Clearly not farmland. It's not residential. It should be industrial. And this is a very, very good project with a very, very good developer, which will have minimal impact on home values. There will be more trucks, but keep in mind that Washington Street is a state truck route. It's not posted as that, but it's a state truck route. And we will try to ship our traffic south, but we can't guarantee that that will happen. Your Land Use and Development Committee and your staff at the Land Use Department recommended approval, and I hope that you will vote to recommend I-2 zoning for this 74-acre parcel. Thank you.
Looks like there's no more comment. Can I get a motion? Motion by Markham, seconded by Moustis. Did we take a roll for this? Madam Clerk, please take a roll. Sorry.
Mueller. Yes. Frizalone. Yes. Newquist. Yes. Ogalla. Yes. Flagel. Yes. Mustis. Yes. Mitchell. Yes. Tyson. Yes. Gazanfer. Yes. Trainier. Yes. Fritz. Yes. Gould. Yes. Van Dyne. Yes. Balich. Yes. Brooks. Yes. Parker. Yes. Coleman. Yes. Markham. Yes. Berkowitz. Yes. Pretzel. Yes. Weigel. Yes. Freeman. Krolitis. Yes. Cowan.
Yes. 23 affirmative. The public hearing is now closed. County Board Member Chair Markham.
All righty, so our first item is zoning case ZC-22-036, which is a request for a zoning map amendment from R5 to C2. This takes place in Joliet Township, commonly known as 607 Algonquin Street, Joliet, County Board District Number 8, and I move to approve the map amendment.
Motion by Markham, seconded by Gansifer. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
I just have to get Micah if we want to. Mueller. Frizalone. Newquist. Ogalla. Flagel. Mustis. Mitchell. Tyson. Gazanfer. Trainier. Fritz. Gould. Van Dyne. Balich. Brooks. Parker. Coleman. Markham.
Yes.
Berkowitz. Pretzel. Weigel. Freeman. Krolitis. Cowan.
22 affirmative, 1 negative. 22 affirmative, the motion carries.
Our second item is zoning case ZC-22-056, which is a zoning map amendment request from A2 to E2 for lot 1, 2, and 4. And then a second, this one's a two-parter. The second one's a zoning map amendment from A2 to R1 for lot 3. So I move to approve the zoning map amendment from A2 to E2 for lot 1, 2, and 4.
Motion by Markham, seconded by Gansfer. The previous roll? Previous roll call by O'Gall, seconded by Trenier. All in favor?
Aye.
I'm sorry, Don. Okay. All right, thank you. Got it. So with all in favor, any opposed, motion carries. With 24 affirmative in that one. Chair.
So the second for the same zoning case, it's, I move to approve the zoning map amendment from A2 to R1 for Lot 3. I so move.
Motion by Markham, seconded by Trenier. Is there previous roll call? Previous roll call by Gansper, seconded by Cowan. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And our third item is zoning case ZC-22-073, which is the request for a zoning map amendment for A1, from A1 to I2 for 0.58 acres, and a second request for a zoning map amendment from A1 to I2 for 74 acres. This is a vacant property on East Washington Street in Joliet, and vacant property on Cherry Hill Road in District 8. So I move to approve the map amendment from A1 to I2 for the 0.58 acres.
Motion by Markham, seconded by Trenier. We're going to have discussion here. County Board Member Mustis.
Yeah, this is one of these cases I wish I could be around just for a little bit longer. But I do have questions, more of our staff, that I think are kind of unanswered. In the case of the land use staff, I'd really like to see about the engineering. When we talk about detention, when they talk about, whether I don't know if they're absolutely correct or not, when they start talking about detention ponds that are higher elevation than their homes and so forth, I do think that's problematic. You know, the other area that really concerns me would be the well and septic system. Generally, these type of developments, even though landowners have to be patient, but usually the land use department tells us, well, this will need sewer and water. It doesn't matter whether it's close or how much it's going to take to get there. It's just that certain developments probably should not be, especially commercial, should not be on well and septic. I'm not as concerned about wells as I am the septic systems, and that brings the health department and their view of what challenges this might present with septic systems, more so than the wells, because it's already stated that these soils hold water. I don't know if that's floodplain or not, but they may not be good soils for traditional septic systems. They might be talking about mechanical systems. They didn't really say. But I think that they have to answer that. Our staff people in our departments have to answer these questions up front, and don't tell me we'll engineer it later. I mean, that's been a common response. Oh, I missed one other one, of course, and that is our Public Works or our Highway Department. I want to know how this fits in with Will County's freight study. What are the county roads? Some are state roads, and I think we need some input from our highway engineer on how this is really going to impact, and whether those roads really were meant to be truck routes. I'm specifically talking about Cherry Hill, through that area. So I think those are other answers. And unless those are answered, it's really difficult, I think, if we don't put on maybe some additional conditions, which may be necessary for us to put on some additional conditions, and that's why I'm kind of bringing all these subjects up. So, sometimes
Mr. County Board, do you have a
slow and
specific
steady
question right now? Do you want me to get someone up?
Slow and steady is good.
Okay.
I would
didn't know-
like to see those, yes.
Okay, I'm
yes,
sorry.
ma'am.
I wanted to make sure that you didn't need them up there. Sorry, I was calling you guys up there. Yeah. Well, we still have some discussions here. Our County Board Member Brooks and then Pretzel.
There we go. Madam Executive, I do understand that my questions are to be directed to the chairperson, which will be yourself, on today. However, Attorney Kavanaugh brought up a statement that I didn't quite understand. And my question is, what is the minimal impact of value of houses. I've heard of impact, but I don't know what minimum might mean. So I don't know if that's something that could be answered here, Madam Executive, and/or go back to committee. I don't know. But my question is, what is minimal impact to the value of your house?
Mr. Kavanaugh, would you like to come back so you can answer his question? Thank you. And Mr. Kavanaugh, can you just please answer the question regarding what you meant by that term?
Member Brooks, was I don't think there will be any impact on the value of the residences. Along the north property line, there are berms, in addition to which there is the right-of-way that one of the gentlemen who came and talked about having a half street. We're not having any access at all to 4th Street, which is the street that is immediately north of our property on the west side. So we're leaving the trees that are growing there in front of the trees, so that to the south of the existing vegetation and trees, we are berming, and those berms will be 5 feet high. They will have vegetation, et cetera, et cetera. So I think there will be no impact on the value of those homes. Now, what you've heard, and I have
Mr.
heard-
Kavanaugh, I think you're kind of expanded beyond his
Okay.
question there, so thank you
All right.
very
Too
much.
much information, but thank you. You answered
All
my
right.
question. Thank you, Richard.
We're having a little trouble with your button, so I raise your hand, and I know Mr. Pretzel has
You can turn mine off.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I represent this district, and I usually support new development, but I know this area really well. I've, as a candidate, walked most of the streets on this map, and I've actually attended church in the Cherry Hill area on Gauger and Lancaster for the last 40 years, and I've seen this area change. But I will say that north of I-80 has remained residential. In fact, many of these subdivisions that have gone in are a beautiful addition to Will County. I've also, when I leave that church, taken Lancaster to Washington to Briggs, and I imagine if I'm doing that to get to Joliet, that's the same path that many of our large trucks are going to take, which is one of the concerns that's been brought by these residents. In addition to the drainage issues, the truck traffic, the wells, safety of children around the schools. So I think it would be appropriate to send this back to the Land Use Committee so that they can re-vote on it, or at least if they're going to approve it, add conditions. So I would like to make that motion.
Okay, so we have a. Yep, county, yeah, the lights aren't working, so you're gonna actually have to, you're gonna just have to, yeah, I will.
One thing I just want to make sure that the board understands, you can't condition a map amendment. It's not allowed by law, so conditioning wouldn't be under the map amendment. Map amendments are just map amendments. It's illegal to condition them. I just want to make sure everybody was aware.
All right, so we have a motion to remand back to committee. Can I get a second? Seconded by Ogala. Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, in discussion on the remand. County Board Member Markham.
I just, since Mr. Musis had asked some questions, I don't know if he wanted answers before remanding it, or if he wanted it. I don't know. Just because he did ask a question, I want to make sure that he gets his answers if he wants them. Because staff is back here, so.
Dual motion trumps everything anyway, so.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that you weren't.
So if you have a discussion regarding the remanding, County Board Member Mitchell.
Oh, okay, no, that works. Okay, I just wanted to be clear that when it does get remanded back to the committee, that they know why it's, specifically why it's being remanded back to the committee. so that they have at least a point to start. One, we have to figure out this drainage issue. So when it does get, goes back to committee, you know, that should be included. Another issue should be maybe some of the environmental concerns that were raised by some of the residents. Make sure that somehow figure out the true impact of that. That should be discussed in committee. And I don't know, what else? I'm just trying to think of things that should. What's in I-2? Oh, yeah, and what's included in I-2? Does anybody, can we get that answer right now?
Well, we're just talking about whether or not we're going to remind it back to committee, so, yeah.
Okay.
County Board Member Moustis?
As I give it more thought, this is not a tabling or postponing, it's remanding it back. So I do think hearing from staff, and thanks for bringing it up, Mr. Markham, would be, I think, kind of appropriate, because it kind of, to get to the point, what's the point? The point is there's a lot of questions that maybe the board is not settled on. So I don't think, I think it might be nice to hear from staff. I'd like to hear from land use and on some of this engineering and how this parcel is going to be developed. I'd like to hear from our county engineer, how he feels this impacts the roads, and does it fit into the freight study? These are the reasons about handing it back, because there's maybe settled issues or information. So, and I'm really concerned about, septic systems on the property. Generally speaking, yeah, there's unincorporated areas people would like to develop, say industrial or even residentially, but the constant, for 30 years, I'm going to use that 30-year bit for a while, but for 30 years, the position of our land use staff has always been that parcel needs to have central sewer and water, and it needs to be in a municipality. That was been the message for many years, on more industrial then. So sometimes it's just premature. You have to wait for the municipality to grow out to your property, and maybe I'd like to hear land use say, well, why is this parcel different, or the position different?
So, Mr. Moustis, I'm going to engage with you for a minute. So the vote is to remand. Will that change you could probably get more details if we go back. So would you like those now, or will that help you make your decision to remand it back to committee? Yeah.
I could always call up.
Yeah.
I don't want to say I'm going to show up a month after I.
Yeah.
But you never know.
Okay. All right. County Board, or Chair Markham.
The only point that that I'll make with remanding it, a lot of the information that's being requested is in your packet. I know it's a lot of reading, and I do not envy you guys for having to do it, but like the flood reports and everything are in your packet. The LISA score that was referred to earlier, all that information is in there, so the flooding is in there, so you won't be getting new information. You might get it better explained if you send it back, but it won't be new information. So that's all I will say. And
thank you.
Yeah, you can get
All right.
more.
Again, we're voting on whether or not to remand it. So County Board Member Berkowitz.
Thank you. So I need to respond to Tyler, because I read through this and I didn't, the questions I have, Tyler, I didn't see an answer, so maybe I overlooked it. So my question is, for each of these parcels, these 6 parcels, is there a percentage of permeable land that would be on each parcel?
Okay. So let me remind it, we're voting on remanding, so you can go back and ask these questions in committee here. So unless it's going to, if we're going to remand, these can all be answered again. If it doesn't go back to remand, we will have a discussion again, and then we will answer your question.
So I just want to confirm that
if it goes back to committee, that my questions can be.
Yeah, you would take it
Thank
up
you.
in committee. And if it does not get remanded back during discussion for the vote, we will allow you to have your question answered, for
Thank
sure.
you.
County Board, or Speaker Cowan.
My only concern with remanding is that a lot of people have, as one of the speakers noted, taken time off of work to be here today. And this has already been through the committee process. And whether or not, I can't remember exactly who's on land use, but there is a point where we have a committee process and we have to trust our colleagues that they are doing their due diligence on the committee. And that's not always true. Sometimes things come up and we need to remand that. But given how many of these people took time out of their day to come today to get a decision one way or the other, I'm not so sure about remanding. I can't turn myself.
I will do it. Yep, sorry, we're a little slower today because of the reset. So County Board Member Trenier.
I would just echo what Speaker Cowan just said. We went through this at land use. It's been recommended by staff. We heard all of the arguments against and for at committee. It's a map amendment. It's not a building permit. It's not a site plan necessarily in, huge detail. I actually believe that the water retention is probably going to end up helping the residents that are having water problems right now. And I understand when people don't want something in their backyard. Having been on land use for 4 years and this board for 14 so far, I've heard it a lot. But this, in my opinion, is a good use for the property. Anyway, I'm not in favor of remanding. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are going to take a vote now on remanding it back to committee. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller. Frizzalone. Newquist. Ogala. Flagel. Mustis. Mitchell. Tyson. Gazanfer. Trainier. Fritz. Gould. Van Dyne. Valich. Brooks. Parker. Coleman. Markham. Berkowitz. Pretzel. Weigel. Freeman. Crolitis. He's not here all of a sudden. Cowan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What do you have? 1, 2, 3, 10, 13. Yeah. 10, 13.
Okay, with 10 members voting in favor, 13 against, the motion fails. So we'll now go back to the previous, the previous vote of the amendment. So we have a motion and a second. We will now have discussion on that. And again, I just kind of do this, raise your hand. Okay, County Board Member Mitchell.
I'm sorry, but I did not see in the packet where they're going to fix any of the engineering issues, where they're going to fix the flooding issue, where they're going to fix the environmental issue. I did not see that. I'm blind, maybe. Just point it to me. I'd feel better voting for it if I knew that the residents of the community were going to have some of their objections answered and responded to, because they don't have a packet in front of them. So I just want to know whether or not those things are going to be fixed.
County Board Member Mustis?
Yeah, well, then I'd like to hear from some of our staff people. I'd like to hear from the health department on the septic systems, and whether they'll be a mechanical or they'll be more traditional. Does it present a a problem. Yeah, I hate to keep you all here longer than necessary, but then I think you
So
need to
what,
hear.
can we have
hear
our
the
land
staff.
use staff please come up here? And it's- Anyone who's like, who has possibly involved in this, so we can get some of these questions answered. And, all right, so I guess we need to, Mr. Moussis, I'm going to leave your mic on. You can ask your, because you want a general statement, or you want your?
Well, the first statement I would say is, and I understand how the system works. I've been around for a while. I mean, you know, we get into, well, that'll be done in engineering, or that'll be done when we do the site plan. And they'll have to comply to all the codes. I get all that, but you know, it doesn't always work out that the way we sometimes think. I don't even know how it's gonna work out, how you're gonna address it. You know, it's done after the zoning, so maybe you can just give us some insight on the site and why you think it, you know, for example, that it'll comply to all the codes, that we're gonna keep all the, there'll be no water runoff, there'll be no additional, you know, the residents aren't gonna get additional water on their property or flooding. The issue of detention ponds being at a higher elevation than perhaps neighboring properties, and how that might affect, since that seemed to come up. I don't know if it's accurate or not. So, I give a general, so.
Board Member Buse to say, and the board is, with the packet that you do have, it is complete based upon the application process that is put forward to the county. It is strictly map amendment, and there's, so the staff report and everything that's in there does address the map amendment request. So, is it on? Okay, I just want to make sure we're involved. So, you know, there are a couple additional waivers that come as resolutions subsequent, because there is a preliminary plat that is processed concurrently. However, you know, you are correct. There are certain things that are done after a map amendment is either approved, you know, if it is approved. But so that being said, again, you know, the application packet is complete with the information, but we'll do our best to answer questions about concerns that you may have that go outside of that process.
Member Berkowitz.
Thank you, Madam Executive. Living in a district that has matured and developed, and now the whole redevelopment process is in gear, and they're ripping things down and redeveloping. I've seen the impact of flooding and water saturation in our neighborhoods. Every time a new subdivision goes up, it gets worse. The older areas, unincorporated areas, and the older subdivisions, we just seem to get more and more water. So new residential is not always a good thing and has its own negatives. What I'm wondering about, and I did not see it in the package, with these 6 parcels, is there, within this new industrial park, is there a percentage requirement for permeable land on each of these parcels?
All right, from the zoning perspective, there's they can get near 100% lot coverage, but it's not actually what will happen, because the health department's going to have regulations for septic fields. So each land will have to have an appropriate size septic field based on the use, or each lot. This is a 75 plus acre development, so with 6 lots, these are very big lots. So there'll be plenty of room to construct, you know, septic fields that are appropriately sized. Now, with respect to stormwater, the development includes 2 large detention ponds that are actually sized beyond what the ordinance requires. So if you have more specific questions about like the engineering portion of it, Scott here from our office could answer those. But there are 2 large stormwater facilities that will handle all of the runoff for the project. Now, the way the site is, like with the contour of the land, the majority of the site is going to drain to the southeast. The very northern part, there is a little bit of land where it starts to slope down, but the majority of the water will be collected and head off to the southeast under Cherry Hill Road in the existing drainage pattern. So we don't, per the ordinance, there shouldn't be any increased water runoff to neighboring properties. It's part of the ordinance that you've adopted to not allow that.
May I make one suggestion? I understand and I appreciate their concerns about wildlife. This is a great project, but it could improve if they were able to include perhaps a retention area. I realize there's 2 detention areas, but with a retention area, they can still have the home and attract the wildlife and have that little ecosystem there as well. We have 2 detention ponds in our subdivision. They're practical to a certain extent, but they also bring, they don't have the life to it. So is there a possibility to bring in that retention pond concept in there?
We can certainly ask them that. Again, I'm kind of thinking back to County Board Member Mustis's comment that he doesn't want to hear that this will be done later, but this is a preliminary plat. I haven't looked at the detailed calculations yet. I know at this point, both from looking at the plat and the topo and from talking with their engineer, that generally the water flows across Cherry Hill Road into the Melody Ridge area. Part of it goes a little north. The plan is basically addressing that. And that's the level of detail which we've got now. So the answer is I can ask them if they can make a retention pond. And
I think that's a great idea. Thank you, Scott.
County Board Member Fritz.
I have a very simple request, please.
Sorry, couldn't you hold on 1 second? Did you want to respond to that too? I'm sorry, then I'll get to you.
Just one general comment for the board as well. I mean, I know that there might be some questions about what can we require or can we add this? Because it's a map amendment, you can't condition map amendments. The only way to know, I guess, is a package complete up front is through a plan unit development process. And that's where you do the platting and the zoning and everything as a package, where you can condition certain things and require certain things as a package. But the way the county codes are structured at this time does not require an applicant to do a PUD. If they choose to do a map amendment as they have in this particular instance, that's what they can do. And then choose to do the platting process, the engineering and everything subsequent to the map amendment. So the only way you really know everything up front is through a plan unit development process. So we're doing our best to try to answer questions about what we could do, but sometimes there's some things like right now that we can't require because it's not a PUD.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments.
County Board Member Fritz.
Very simple. Could you please remind us what is allowed in an I-2 zoning so that we have an idea of what might show up there?
So Marguerite Kenny, Will County Land Use, to answer County Board Members Fritz and fellow County Board Members' questions regarding what's permitted. A lot of commercial type uses could potentially go, so starting some of the commercial uses could be recreational facilities like an indoor soccer club, it can be a field house, that would require special use approval, but that could go in. Animal care and grooming could potentially go in. But then the I-2 district really is more industrially based. So you would be seeing used car sales, new car sales, so car sales lots, RV rental sales. You can get truck sales permitted by right. You can get motor vehicle repair, where truck repair does fall under that use. But if they are looking to do any type of truck parking, that is classified as a truck terminal, which does require special use permit. Warehousing would be permitted if it's large scale. Again, it would be subject to meeting the lot and building coverages of the zoning district as well as meeting the water resource ordinances with each lot development. Other type uses would be general manufacturing and industrial services. So that might be, you know, small scale manufacturers. It could be woodworking, textiles type uses along those lines. It can be contractor yards, so construction services. It could be roofing companies, asphalt companies, things of that nature.
Thank you.
County Board Member Mustis.
Just a follow-up about use, and here again, we don't know what to be used in there. In some cases, right, it could be chemical sales, could be truck washing that creates chemicals and so forth. And I know in our codes, if you're going to have those, there would be some additional requirements, how you capture and protect the area from chemicals, contamination, and so forth. And I think it would be helpful if people understood that depending on the type of business that might go in, there is under our codes potential additional requirements. Am I correct? And by the way, David, I do think that we should, in the future, with these type of developments, we should insist they're PUDs. I know maybe we can't force that, but they should be PUDs, so everybody has a clear understanding of what is, you know, all the T's have been crossed and the I's have been dotted. But let's get back to the uses, and it's, yeah, you know, we kind of give some of those lighter uses, like you can have a gym there or whatever, but there's some other heavier uses that might not be compatible with all the other neighbors in there. But at any rate, how do we address those industries that maybe have some contamination involved with them? You know, like for example, and I don't know if auto repair includes auto painting and those kind of things, but those are chemicals they use, and they have to make sure it doesn't leave their property.
All right, to address.
It's more of a general, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, you know, they're requesting an I-2 zoning. So it's not limited. If the board approves it, then they can do any use that's in I-2 that's permitted by right, which is, correct, you know, identified in the code. As Board Member Mustis has pointed out, though, along with certain uses, there are additional requirements. And sometimes that means that you have to get a special use granted by the board to do it. Sometimes it means that there's certain building requirements that are required. You know, automotive repair, automotive painting is an example of that. There's additional requirements that have to be met when you do automotive repair, you know, to collect any waste that's on the floor from, you know, the shop. They have triple basins installed. Those are emptied by private companies to dispose of stuff like that. So when there are uses that trigger additional requirements based on the building code, then we can't issue a permit till they've shown that they've met the requirements, and then we have to go out and inspect those.
I do have a question on septic, and I know health department may come down, but if you have different uses for different buildings, when we figure the septic systems, do we say we gotta size the septic fields to the heaviest use that could possibly occur on these lots? I mean, I'm just wondering as to how we, you know, I mean, there's a difference between if you're just flushing toilets or if you're doing some kind of processing where you're sending a lot of water perhaps into the system. I'm just wondering how we determine that. And I know land use has some involvement in that. So can you shed some light on that too?
I'll do my best to try and answer that question. I mean, basically, when an application comes in, they also are required to make an application to the health department. And based on what the use is, the health department is going to determine what the appropriate field is. So I don't think that I can answer your question. Is it designed specifically for maybe what might be there in 20 years and not necessarily what was submitted that day? I'm not really certain about that. All I know is that our health department requires each building permit applicant to also apply to them. They have to get their health department approval before we can issue any building permits. So beyond that, I really can't answer the question.
Well, we know, well, maybe the health department can answer that,
Well,
because I'm just thinking that you have to assume it's the highest use, you know? I mean, like you said, I don't know, it could be less or more in 10 years. So, I mean, there has to be some kind of standard, I would think, for the size of those septic fields for industrial type zoning. Does anybody can answer?
All right, folks, I have to say, this is not a committee. We are in a board meeting here, and I'm trying to give people leeway here. This is a big decision. It's a big decision for these people here as well. But I want us to be able to vote on this whole agenda, and I know people, we're stuck here. But, so if there's anything to help you make this.
Not to send it back to a committee.
I know, well, we voted.
We wind up with these discussions.
Well, I know, but we have committee to hear these. You have a caucus to discuss these things. I want you to be able to have, answer your questions to help you make a decision right now. But we're really just putting these people on, impulsively trying to answer, so, these questions. So, and I know they know their stuff. I know they do. But again, I don't know if it's going to help you get what you need. So again, we have a committee form. I encourage you folks to, answer your question to them. I don't know if this is going to change folks' decisions here. So we have to vote on that anyway. So, I mean, I want to make sure, Mr. Mooses, did you get your, is the health department prepared to answer this question that he's asked?
Yeah, Madam Chair, they answered the questions. I think there's more questions.
Yeah.
But when this board's decided not to remand it back to committee for these discussions, then the discussions take place at the board meeting, which we all try to avoid, but that's why the discussions is created. I mean, I'd still like to hear the answer on the septic fields.
Yeah. We have to vote on it. Well, we have a second, yeah. Do we have a second on the?
Who called the question? And was
County
it
board member
recognized? Was it recognized?
Yeah.
Was it recognized by the chair?
Not, you guys shoot out all the time.
She didn't recognize.
Mr. Brooks, you spoke on the issue, so you cannot call to order. So we will, County, Sue, would you like to come up, please?
Hello. Yes, I do. Thank you. My name is Sue Olenek. I'm the Executive Director of the Will County Health Department and Community Health Center. Mr. Moustis, to answer your question, we have no choice but to size the system according to what the permit application is requesting. In other words, as land use gentleman stated, they have to apply for a well permit, a septic permit, whatever's applicable, and then we have to look at what the use is going to be. What are they going to be putting on that particular lot? What's going in the building? What's the services? What's whatever they're doing? And then we go by either our ordinance and or guidance from the Illinois Department of Public Health on how to size the system. Whether, yes, it has to be case by case. Yep.
Okay,
And then, when and if that property changes hands and it's still on a private system, many times we are called out to do a well and septic survey, some kind of assessment of that property, and then the new owner can be informed as to whether or not that system is adequately sized.
Good, thank you.
You're welcome.
County Board Member Van Dyne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to call the question.
All right, I think we got it anyway. So county, we have a motion we already have a motion and a second, so.
To approve the map amendment.
We're just, well, no, I think we're making a motion to call the question. Second. We have a first and second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller. Yes. Frizalone. Yes. Newquist. Ogella. No. Flagel. Yes. Mustis.
Yes.
Mitchell. Tyson. Gazanfer. Trainier. Fritz. Gould.
No.
Van Dyne.
Yes.
Balich. Brooks.
No.
Parker. Coleman.
I know.
Markham. Berkowitz. No. Pretzel.
No.
Weigel. Freeman.
Yes.
Carlitis. Cowan. 16 yes. Okay, with 16 affirmative, we are going to take a vote on the map amendment, lots 1, 2, and 4. I'm sorry, hold on. Yes, it's point, it's.
So the motion that we'll be voting on is approve the map amendment from A1 to I2 for the 0.58 acres. That's the motion on the floor.
Does everyone hear that? So we have well, we already have a motion and a second on that, so we are taking a roll call, and Tyler just repeated what we are taking a roll call vote on. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Mueller. Frizzalone. Newquist. Ogalla. Flagel. Mustis. Mitchell. Tyson. Gazanfer. Trainier. Fritz. Gould. Van Dyne. Balich. Brooks. Parker. Coleman. Markham. Berkowitz. Pretzel. Weigel. Freeman. Carlitis. Cowan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 affirmative. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 13 members voting yes, the motion carries.
All right, so for the same case, I move to approve the map amendment from A1 to I2 for the 74 acres, so I so move.
Motion by Markham, seconded by Tremnier. Any discussion? Is there a motion for a previous roll by Frizzalone? Seconded by Van Dyne. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So
All right, that
we
brings-
have, can you hold on? I've been asking for some, we have resolutions coming up, which is going to include another public hearing. Do we need to have a break? Are we okay? Take a break? Keep, yeah. We're going to, just quickly, 3-minute breaks, folks. Stand up, go to the washroom, and we will be.
Okay. Tell me twice.
We're good? All right. Chair Markham, please continue. We're going to
Alrighty.
start the board meeting again, so if you'd like, out in the hall, thank you. If you'd like to continue it, thank you.
All righty, so that brings us to our resolutions. Our first one is 22-384, which is approving a major waiver from section 154.128 for alleys of the Will County subdivision ordinance. This would be in reference to the plat for the previous thing that we voted on, so I move to approve the major waiver.
Motion by Markham, seconded by Trenier. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller. Yes. Frizalone. Yes. Newquist. Yes. Ogella. Yes. Flagel. Mustis. Yes. Mitchell. Yes. Tyson. Yes. Gazanfer. Yes. Trainier. Yes. Fritz. Gould. Yes. Van Dyne. Yes. Balich. Brooks. Yes. Parker. Yes. Coleman. Yes. Markham.
Yes.
Berkowitz. Yes. Pretzel. Weigel. Yes. Freeman. Yes. Crolitis. Cowan. Yes. Balich.
Yes.
Yeah. 22 members in the affirmative, the motion carries.
All right, so number 2 is 22-385, which is approving a major waiver from section 154.155 in regards to sidewalks of the Will County subdivision ordinance. This is also for the plat, preliminary plat for the above-mentioned case, and I move to approve.
Motion by Markham, seconded by Gansfer. Previous roll call by Frizalone, seconded by Speaker Cowan. Mr. Pretzel, would you like to be added to that? Okay. All right. Gretchen, were you in the last one? Were you? Oh, sorry, you were no. Would you like to reverse it? Okay, thank you. That is 23-1, the motion carries.
All right, so next up we have number 3, which is 22-386, establishing an agricultural area for case 22-001, and I move to approve.
Motion by Markham, seconded by Gould. Is there any discussion? Previous roll call by Frizalone, seconded by Freeman. County Board Member Fritz? Yes, all right. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
All right, then we have number 4, and I do apologize, but I was notified that we have to have a public hearing, so I'll move to open the public hearing in regards to adopting and amending certain provisions of the Will County Building Ordinance for our weed ordinance, and I so move for the public hearing.
Motion by Markham,
Wait,
seconded.
Hold on. Oh, I have to send it back? Yes. All righty. Yeah, well, it is, so I need to, what do you want me to do, Colin, send it back or postpone this? Okay, so I'll make a motion, I apologize, everybody, I'll make a motion to postpone this until the next county board meeting.
Motion to postpone by Markham, seconded by Frizalone. All in, is there a previous roll call? Previous by Trenier, seconded by Gansper. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
And that concludes my run as the Land Use and Development Chair. The next meeting will be scheduled and is not my problem. Thank you. I just really quickly, I want to thank staff, and they've been wonderful. They've gotten me through this, and I want to give Mr. Weigel a real big shout out because when I first took over, he was a very big help kind of guiding me through. So everybody have fun.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to Finance Committee, Chair Trenier.
Good afternoon, everybody. I have a number of monthly financial reports to be placed on file, and I make a motion to do so.
Motion by Trenier, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call. Previous roll call by Freeman, seconded by Berkowitz. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
And this is my first time making a motion to go into public hearing. There you go.
Motion by Trenier, seconded by Mueller. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller. Yes. Frizalone. Yes. Newquist. Yes. Ogala. Yes. Flagel. Yes. Mustis. Mitchell. Yes. Tyson. Yes. Gazanfer.
Yes.
Trainier.
Yes.
Fritz. Gould.
Yes.
Van Dyne.
Yes.
Balich.
Yes.
Brooks.
Yes.
Parker. Yes. Coleman.
Yes.
Markham.
Yes.
Berkowitz. Yes. Pretzel.
Yes.
Weigel.
Yes.
Freeman. Yes. Curlitis. Yes. Cowan.
Okay, very good. We are now in public hearing. Do we have any comments from the public regarding our annual budget appropriations? Got a motion to close public hearing by Frizalone, seconded by Trenier. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller. Yes. Frizalone. Yes. Newquist. Yes. Ogala. Yes. Flagel. Yes. Mustis. Mitchell. Yes. Tyson. Yes. Gazanfer. Yes. Trainier. Yes. Fritz. Gould. Yes. Van Dyne.
Yes.
Balich.
Yes.
Brooks.
Yes.
Parker. Yes. Coleman. Markham.
Yes.
Berkowitz. Yes. Pretzel. Yes. Weigel. Yes. Freeman. Yes. Curlitis. Yes. Cowan. Yes. Oh. 24.
Thank 24. The public hearing is now closed. Chair Trenier.
That was pretty anticlimactic. 14 years on the county board, so thank you, Speaker Cowan, for giving me the opportunity to have my first ever motion for a public hearing. I do want to mention our next item, number 322-388, our annual budget and appropriation ordinance of the County of Will, State of Illinois, for the fiscal period beginning December 1, ending November 30th, and I so move.
Motion by Trenier, seconded by Frizalone. Is there any discussion? County Board Member Frizalone.
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody on the board for working together, because I think we came to a good agreement, made sure that everybody got what they needed based on the money that we have, and I think it's a damn good budget. Thank you.
We have a County Board Member, or Chair Trenier.
Yep. I just want to say, echo what Mike, Board Member Frizalone said, and just point out, in case you missed it in all of the different things we were doing, we are funding the United Way 211 system, the Will Ride Transportation Program, the CED revolving loan program, housing stabilization, recovery resource center, as well as hopefully starting a community foundation for scholarships. And we did all of that, and we lowered the levy once again, and I tried to get a number of years that we've lowered the levy in a row, and I didn't have the time to do all the research, but I think it was over 7 years now that we've lowered the levy. So I'm really, really proud of this budget as well.
We never lowered the levy.
We lowered the number.
No, tax rate.
The percentage.
Tax rate.
Tax rate.
And
The
you-
tax rate.
Just say you could turn me off.
And I can't, oh, never mind. Yeah. Aye. That was
Nice.
very nice, much appreciated. And now we're on to item number 4, 22-389, the Corporate Fund Levy Fund 1010. And I so move.
Motion by Trenier, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call by Coleman, seconded by Brooks. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Number
Motion
5,
carries.
22-390, FICA Levy Fund 1020, and I so move.
Motion by Trenier, seconded by Coleman. Previous roll call by Newquist, seconded by Freeman. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Next item, 22-391, the IMRF Levy Fund 1030.
Motion by Trinier, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Mueller. Seconded by Gansfer. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Next, 22-392, tax levy for the Tort Immunity Fund, Fund 1040, and I so move.
Motion by Trinier, seconded by Gansfer. Previous roll call by Freeman, seconded by Mueller. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Motion 22-393, tax levy for the Workers' Comp Reserve Fund, Fund 1050. And I so move.
Motion by Trinier, seconded by Gansfer. Previous roll call by Coleman, seconded by Brooks. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Motion 22-394, tax levy for the TB Sanitarium Fund, Fund 2101, and I so move.
Motion by Trinier, seconded by Gansfer. Previous roll call by Brooks, seconded by Mitchell. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-395, tax levy for the Health Department, Fund 2102, and I so move.
Motion by Trinier, seconded by Gansfer. Previous roll call by Mueller, seconded by Mitchell. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-396, tax levy for the County Highway Fund, Fund 2106, and I so move.
Motion by Trinier, seconded by Van Dyne. Previous roll call, Gould. Seconded by Gansfer. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Motion, item number 22-397, tax levy for the County Bridge Fund, Fund 2109, and I so move.
Motion by Trinier, seconded by Frizzalone. Previous roll call by Freeman, seconded by Markham. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 22-398, tax levy for the Federal Aid Matching Fund, Fund 2110, and I so move.
Motion by Trinier, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Mueller, seconded by Coleman. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Motion 22-399, transferring appropriations within the various county budgets, and I so move.
Motion by Trinier, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Gansfer, seconded by Mueller. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Motion. Item 22-400, appropriating grant funds in the Veterans Assistance Commission budget, and I so move.
Motion by Trinier, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Gansfer, seconded by Frizzalone. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-401, appropriating grant funds in the law libraries budget, and I so move.
Motion by Trinier, seconded by Gansfer. Previous roll call by Freeman, seconded by Brooks. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Item 22-402, authorizing the county executive to execute necessary documents for delinquent tax program, and I so move.
Motion by Trinier, seconded by Gansfer. Previous roll call by Mueller, seconded by Van Dyne. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And that concludes the 17 items on our agenda today for the Finance Committee. I have no idea when we're meeting next, but I'm sure we'll all stay tuned. And Jim, you're invited to join us.
All right, we're going to move on to Public Works and Transportation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Executive. Good afternoon, County Board members. We have not as many as Jackie, but we have 15 items to consider. Starting with number 1, 22-403, requesting quick take powers for the acquisition of highway right-of-way from Cedar Road from Francis to Lennox Street, and I so move.
Second, Freeman.
Aye.
Motion carries. I was completely off, but I think everyone heard me. And again, I'm just going to ask, because sometimes I get a little nervous just calling out people's name. I'm just going to call out people's names. So if you have any opposition, please say no. So, thank you, Joe.
22-404, requesting quick take powers for the acquisition of highway right-of-way for Lairway Road from Route 52 to Cherry Hill Road, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Gansfer. Previous roll call by Mueller, seconded by Berkowitz. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-405, requesting Quick Take Powers for the acquisition of highway right-of-way for Bell Road from 151st Street to 143rd, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Markham, seconded by Gansfer. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-406, requesting Quick Take Powers for the acquisition of highway right-of-way for Exchange Street from South Cottage Grove Avenue to White Oak Lane, and I'll make the motion.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Gansfer. Previous roll call by Mueller, seconded by Parker. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-407, requesting Quick Take Powers for the acquisition of highway right-of-way for West River Road from Coal City to Illinois Route 53, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Brooks. Previous roll call by Flagel, seconded by Coleman. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-408, authorizing approval of professional services agreement for supplemental design engineering services for the intersection, Route 7 and Cedar Road, County Board District 7 and 9, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Gansfer. Previous roll call by, you have discussion? Okay, previous. Okay, that's, okay. So I can't do previous roll call? No. So, just, okay. So we have one as, Parker as a no. All in favor?
Aye.
And then one opposed. Motion carries.
22-409, authorizing approval of professional services agreement with Burke Engineering for Caton Farm Road, Bruce Road corridor study, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Gansfer. Previous roll call by Mueller, seconded by Berkowitz. Annette, would you like to be you stay in a note? Thank you. Motion carries.
Number 8, Resolution 22-410, appropriating $342,720 of transportation funds for the acquisition of necessary right-of-way. Cedar Road and Francis Road, County Board District 12, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Gansfer. Previous roll call by Trenier, seconded by Frizzalone. Motion carries.
And I'm sorry, I'm trying to condense these as quickly as possible. 22-411, appropriating $1,885,940 of transportation funds for improvements of Laraway Road and Route 52, County Board District 8 and 12, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Trenier. Previous roll call by Brooks, seconded by Cowan. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-412, authorizing an IGA between CMAP and the County of Will for completion of Will County Safety Action Plan. All the county board districts, and I make that motion.
Second, Freeman.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Gansfer, seconded by Balich. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-413, authorizing an IGA for the installation of illuminated street name signs at the intersections of Weber, County Board District 9, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Gansfer, seconded by Trenier. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-414, authorizing an IGA between the City of Naperville and the County of Will for placement of license plate reading cameras located on the county highways, and I so move.
Second,
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Newquist, seconded by Frizzalone. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we'll do it. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller. Yes. Frizzalone. Yes. Newquist. Yes. Ogala. Yes. Flagel. Yes. Mustis. Yes. Mitchell. No. Tyson.
Yes.
Gazanfer. Yes. Trenier.
Yes.
Fritz. Gould. Yes. Van Dyne.
Yes.
Balich. Yes. Brooks,
Yeah.
Parker, Coleman, Markham, Berkowitz, Pretzel, Weigel, Freeman,
Yes.
Carlitis, Cowan.
You're lucky your fellow friends know you very well.
I'm reading the open thing up.
Uh-huh.
And I'm thinking, yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
But you know what? I would, ask to reconsider my vote to a no, because I think it's the dumbest thing we've ever.
All right, there we go. We gotta leave with that. We gotta leave with one no.
He's a no.
We have enough people. He's a no, so we have enough, yeah. What is it? Okay.
Is Mimi a no or a yes?
Hold it for your 3 minutes.
I have Carlitis as a no, Balch as a no, Fritz as a no.
20 affirmative, the
Resolution-
motion carries.
Mitchell is a no. 5 no's.
All right, Resolution 22-415, authorizing Will County State's Attorney's Office to proceed with condemnation cases regarding the county's improvements of Bell Road, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Frizzalone. Wait, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller.
Yes.
Frizzalone. Yes. Newquist. Yes. Ogala. Flagel. Yes. Mustis. Yes. Mitchell.
Yes.
Tyson.
Yes.
Gazanfer. Yes. Trainier.
Yes.
Fritz. Gould. Van Dyne.
Yes.
Balich. Brooks.
Yeah.
Parker. Coleman. Markham. Berkowitz. Pretzel. Weigel. Freeman.
Yes.
Carlitis. Cowan.
Motion carries.
22-416, authorizing approval of establishment of altered speed zone 607 in Troy Township, and I'll make that motion.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Gould. Previous roll call by Frizzalone, seconded by Gansfer. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And lastly, 22-417, a resolution authorizing approval of IDOT Letter of Understanding, County Board District 8, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Gansfer. Previous roll call by Coleman, seconded by Brooks. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And Madam Executive, I would just like to thank Speaker Cowan for allowing me to chair the Transportation Committee for the last 2 years, and also our committee as well. I believe we've accomplished a lot of improvements in the last 2 years throughout our county and provided safe roads for our residents. And a special thank you to Mr. Ronaldson and his staff. They've been absolutely wonderful to work with over the last 2 years as well. So, and I would love to make the motion to retain his position when it comes available later on this afternoon. So thank you. Our next scheduled meeting will be announced. Thank you.
Thank you, County Board Chair Tyson.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, County Exec. 22-418, adopting the 2023-2026 Diversity and Inclusion Master Plan, and I so move.
Motion by Tyson, seconded by Newquist. Previous roll call by Gansfer, seconded by Coleman. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Yes. Motion carries.
I would like to thank the committee that worked with me on this and the executive office that helped bring this to fruition. I would like to thank Speaker Cowan for putting me on this board. Next Diversity and Inclusion Committee meeting will be announced. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Mueller will take Public Health and Safety. Oh, great.
Hi, guys. Today in Chair Ventura's absence, I'm going to take care of this for her. First thing we have today is the report to be placed on file. Do I need a motion for that?
Motion by Mueller, seconded by Cowan. Previous roll call by Agala, seconded by Coleman. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Next.
I'm sorry, real quick. Mr. Balich, would you like to be a yes on that one? Okay.
Okay. Next, 22-419, awarding bid for medical products for Sunny Hill Nursing Home, and I so move.
Motion by Mueller, seconded by Mitchell. Previous roll call by Gansfer, seconded by Pretzel. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-420, authorizing the county executive to execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Village of Mokina for the provision of animal control services, and I so move.
Motion by Mueller, seconded by Pretzel. Previous roll call by Markham, seconded by Tyson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And that's all we have for today. Our next Public Health and Safety Committee meeting will be announced.
Thank you.
Do you turn this off? or-
Legislative, yeah, I'll turn up. Legislative Committee, Chair Coleman.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Two items here. The first one is 22-421, establishing the federal legislative and agenda priorities for fiscal year 2024, and I so move.
Motion by Coleman, seconded by Cowan. Any discussion? Previous roll call by Mitchell, seconded by Mueller. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Next item, 22-422, establishing federal year 2023 state legislative agenda and priorities, and I so move.
Motion by Coleman, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call by Gansfer, seconded by Markham. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
All right, our next meeting will be announced.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to Mr. Brooks, Chair Brooks.
Good afternoon, Madam Executive. I have no resolutions to bring forth. However, I did thank the current Capital Improvement Committee in my last meeting for their help, their support. But I want to thank your office, the current leadership, and this current board for all their support. We have broke ground on new facilities and ribbon cutting on billions of other dollars. And I want to thank this committee for their help. Thank you all, and God bless you. Next meeting to be determined by somebody else.
Yeah, that's right. Pastor Brooks, your humor will definitely be missed, so thank you.
I'll email.
We have a lot of people hanging out, I see that. Speaker Cowan.
Thank you, Madam Executive. I would like to make a motion to open the public hearing for our increase to Class A1 liquor licenses.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Markham. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller.
Yes.
Frizzalone. Yes. Newquist. Yes. Ogala. Yes. Flagel. Yes. Mustis. Yes. Mitchell. Yes. Tyson.
Yes.
Gazanfer. Yes. Trainier. Yes. Fritz. Gould. Yes. Van Dyne.
Yes.
Balich.
Yes.
Brooks.
Turn me off so I can talk to Natalie. Yes.
Parker. Yes. Coleman.
Yes.
Markham. Yes. Berkowitz. Pretzel. Yes. Weigel. Yes. Freeman. Yes. Curlitis. Yes. Cowan.
Yes.
24 affirmative.
We are now in public hearing. Do we have any comments for the public regarding the increased Class A1 liquor license?
Motion to close the public hearing?
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Markham. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller.
Yes.
Frizzalone. Yes. Newquist. Yes. Ogala. Yes. Flagel. Yes. Mustis. Mitchell. Yes. Tyson. Tyson.
Tyson.
Yeah.
Gazanfer. Trainier. Fritz. Gould. Van Dyne. Balich. Brooks.
Yes.
Parker. Coleman. Markham. Berkowitz. Pretzel. Weigel. Freeman. Curlitis. Cowan.
Yes.
24 affirmative.
Hearing is now closed. Speaker Cowan.
Thank you. 22-423, amending the liquor control ordinance regarding increase in Class A1 license as requested by Hickory Creek Brewing in New Lenox. And I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Mueller, Previous roll call by Pretzel, seconded by Weigel. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-424, authorizing insurance coverage for property and casualty, auto, general liability, excess workers' compensation, loss control, and other risk management related services, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Ogala. Previous roll call by Van Dyne, seconded by Berkowitz. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-425, authorizing agreement with the Will County Center for Economic Development, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Tyson. Previous roll call by Coleman. There's a Nicole and Coleman together. Coleman, seconded by Flagel. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-426, authorizing professional services contract with federal lobbyist firm of Smith, Dawson, and Andrews, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Brooks. Previous roll call by Mueller, seconded by Mitchell. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-427, authorizing renewal of state lobbying services agreement with Curry and Associates LLC.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call by Markham, seconded by Newquist. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-428, authorizing renewal of professional services contract with Baxter and Woodman Incorporated, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Gansifer. Previous roll call by Carlitis, seconded by Weigel. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-429, authorizing contract renewal of AA Hearing Officer Kelly A. Gandersky, and I so move.
Second.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call by Fritz, seconded by Coleman. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-430, authorizing contract renewal of AA Hearing Officer Gail Reich, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call by Markham, seconded by Ballage. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-431, reappointment of the county engineer, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Van Dyne. Previous roll call by Ogala, seconded by Frizzalone. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Oh,
sorry.
you got the second.
22-432, establishing salary and authorizing Joe, the county executive, to execute a county engineer and DOT Joe employment agreement with Jeff L. Ronison.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Cowan. Previous roll call by Newquist, seconded by Flagel. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-433, authorizing an IGA with the Forest Preserve District for Route 53 bike path funding, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Brooks. Previous roll call by Mitchell, seconded by Coleman. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-434, authorizing emergency procurement of landfill gas condensate hauling services in support of operations of the Will County RNG plant, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Gansfer, seconded by Tyson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-435, authorizing agreement for compliance support services with SCS Engineers to support the operations of the RNG plant and RNG pipeline. And I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Trenier. Previous roll call by, I thought I heard someone up, Mueller, seconded by Freeman. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-436, authorizing change order from Midwestern Gas Transmission Company for the change in the scope of work for the interconnection of the RNG pipeline from the Prairie View landfill, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Brooks. Previous roll call by Weigel, seconded by Carlitis. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-437, authorizing county to assume use and ownership of the existing RN facility, gas to energy, building after completion of decommissioning by Waste Management Renewable Energy LLC, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Fritz. Previous roll call by Frizzalone, seconded by Van Dyne. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-438, authorizing emergency procurement for the purchase of non-sole source spare parts required for the Will County RNG plant, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call by Gansfer, seconded by Freeman. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-439, authorizing amendment to the renewable natural gas purchase and sale agreement with U.S. Venture Incorporated, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Frizzalone. Previous roll call by Flagel,
seconded by Newquist. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-440, awarding bid for gasoline and diesel fuel, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Mustis. Previous roll call by Brooks, seconded by Coleman. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-441, declaring various equipment surplus and authorizing disposal, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call by Balich, seconded by Newquist. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-442, authorizing IGA with Crete Township,
Motion by,
and I so move.
sorry, motion by Cowan, seconded by Ogala. Previous roll call by Fritz, seconded by Van Dyne. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-443, authorizing IGA with Frankfurt Township, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Gould. Previous roll call by Pretzel, seconded by Weigel. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-444, authorizing IGA with Moni Township, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Ogala. Previous roll call by Flagel, seconded by Van Dyne. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-445, authorizing IGA with Peatone Township, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Ogala. Previous roll call by Gansfer, seconded by Trenier. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-446, authorizing IGA with Washington Township, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Ogala. Previous roll call by Van Dyne, seconded by Markham. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-447, authorizing IGA with Will Township, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Ogala. Previous roll call by Mustis, seconded by Frizzalone. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-448, authorizing RTA fiscal year 20 and 21 grant award agreement for mobility management of the Section 5310 Enhanced Mobility of Seniors and Individuals with Disabilities, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Gansfer, seconded by Brooks. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-449, extension of the term of Board of Review, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call by Gansifer, seconded by Pretzel. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-450, amending the Stormwater Management Planning Committee ordinance to reflect the 11 districts of the county board, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Gansfer, seconded by Mueller. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-451, authorizing a temporary loan to the Children's Advocacy Center, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Brooks. Previous roll call by Frizzalone, seconded by Ogala. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-452, replacement hires for County Executive HR Department, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call by Mooses, seconded by, can't remember if I said Mueller. Gansifer, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-453, replacement hires for County Executive Maintenance Department, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call by Gansfer, seconded by Freeman. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-454, replacement hire for DOT Engineering Technician, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Van Dyne. Previous roll call by Markham, seconded by Mitchell. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-455, replacement hires for Workforce Services, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Newquist, seconded by Parker. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-456, replacement hire for Sunny Hill Nursing Home, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Ogala. Previous roll call by Gansfer, seconded by Mueller. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Do we need to go into executive before this next one? So should I make a motion to go into executive session for the purposes of land acquisition? Land acquisition and pending litigation.
We have a motion by Cowan, seconded by Mueller. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Mueller?
Yes.
Frizzalone? Frizzle? Newquist? Yes. Ogala? Yes. Flagel? Mustis? Mitchell? Tyson? Gazanfer? Trainier? Fritz? Gould? Van Dyne? Balich. Brooks. Parker. Coleman. Markham. Berkowitz. Pretzel. Weigel. Freeman. Crolitis. Cowan.
Yes. Okay, we will soon be, we will go into executive session. We need our folks to leave the auditorium for executive session in the back room. Thank you.
Prolitis? Cowan?
We are now back in, go ahead. Let me get you on, Yep.
The state's attorney's recommendation in the number one pending legal case.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call by Frizzalone, seconded by Ogala. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Motion to concur with the state's attorney's recommendation in the second pending legal case.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Tyson. Previous roll call by Gansper, seconded by Trenier. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Motion to concur with the state's attorney's recommendation in the third pending legal case.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call by Gansifer, seconded by Brooks. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Motion to concur with staff's recommendation and the parameters as stated in the land acquisition thing.
Motion by Cowan, motion by Cowan, seconded by Frizzalone. Previous roll call by Musa, seconded by Gould. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
All right, then 22-457 is a resolution that staff put together to essentially memorialize what we've just discussed in executive session about the land acquisition. So motion to authorize the county executive to negotiate the purchase property for the Children's Advocacy Center.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Frizzalone. Previous roll call by Trenier, seconded by Ballage. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
And with that, the next executive committee meeting will be December 8th, 2022 at 10 a.m. And I wish you all luck.
We have no appointments. Are there any, thank you, Speaker Cowan, I think. Are there any public comments relative to the matters under the jurisdiction of the county today? Seeing none, let's move to our county board members. Are there any comments by our county board members? County Board Member Trenier.
I'm gonna miss some of you guys. Maybe not Jim.
Oh,
No, I'm kidding. No, it's going to be hard for those of us that are going forward, like Judy and myself and Joe. Brand new people. I mean, brand new people, and a lot of them. And for as much as sometimes we debate things and don't agree on things, you will be missed. And yeah, Jim, next time I call you, call me back.
Jim only answers his cell phone, his landline.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you all for serving. Much appreciated.
County Board Member O'Gala, then Ballage.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate, too, that it's been great working with everybody, both sides of the aisle. Appreciate my side of the aisle, all the experience you've given to us, all the help you've given to us. We will miss you.
County Board Member Ballage.
I'm gonna miss everybody. I've had reactions, I talked to everybody, and I'm gonna be smoking cigars with Jim and Mike and probably Tom if we get him in the habit, and Don, but besides that, the other side, I'm gonna have Herb as my prayer guy at my meetings now. No, because he's no longer bound by all this stuff. But you know what? I even had fun with Jackie. No. And
I'm not
Rachel.
going anywhere, Steve.
Yeah, I mean, come on, and Mimi.
But I'm going to try to get off land
At
use.
least I got to know everybody, right? I talked to every one of you. So anyway, God bless all of you.
County Board Member Parker.
First, I will say I am disappointed in the direction of the Bruce Road Caton Farm project, that it has taken and that it will become a Pell. I think the project is too important to collect dust and sit on a shelf somewhere. Too much time and taxpayer money has been spent to let this project die. So I will be continuing to beat the drum, having conversations with the executive's office, the county department heads and staff, local officials, union leaders, and outside transportation agencies to resurrect this project or at least come up with a new solution for a new east-west bridge and traffic corridor. So we'll be talking. Oh, wait, one more.
sorry.
I just want to say good luck to everybody who is leaving the board with all your future endeavors. It was a pleasure getting to know everyone and working with you. So good luck.
I'm letting you go last, Mr. Mustis, so County Board Member Mitchell.
Really quickly, happy Thanksgiving, everyone. And I will miss you. I will miss our dynamic. That's it.
Thank you. County Board Member Mustis.
Yeah, I just want, you know, it's a month of thanks, right? Thanksgiving's a week from today. And I think for a lot of us, for a lot of people, it is their favorite holiday. You just sit down with family and friends, and you give thanks for each other, and you have a great meal, and maybe a few extra, maybe some eggnog or whatever. But I just want to say that, you know, I give thanks to my county board family throughout the years. You know, I probably served with 100 different county board members over the years. And I think I took something away from every one of them. Not always positive things, but I still took something away. But I know this, that all the people I've served with over all the years, I think always had the right intention. I may not have always agreed, we may not have always agreed on things, but everybody wanted to do the best they could do for the people of Will County. And I really believe that in my heart, that everybody served with that spirit. And so, as Mike said earlier, I might not like yous all the time, but I love yous, and I mean that. So, happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. Leader Frizzalone?
I wanted to get a little advice to the new board. So county board members, stay strong. You are the policymakers. But remember the saying is majority rules, not majority dictates. And please learn the meaning of the word compromise, because when this body compromises, neither side gets what they want, but the Will County residents do. Thank you and God bless.
Leader Mueller? I think
Oh,
Leader Mueller.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We kind of went out of order, and when Mike went, I totally forgot about my turn. I apologize. It's been really great working with all of you all this time. I hope everyone who's moving on finds some joy in the future of where they're headed. And thanks for a great few years working together. And I'll see y'all next month who are coming back. Thanks.
We're back.
Shut me off.
Speaker Cowan.
So just one final little debrief of thank you to my caucus for all your work and support, to the entire board for giving me the opportunity to be speaker. I know I haven't done a perfect job, but I've tried really hard, and nobody's perfect, so that's fair. But I know I was one of the speakers elected with some of the least experience ever on this board, so I appreciate all of you in trusting me with that. And I do appreciate all that I've learned and all of our experiences working together. I also want to specifically say thank you to pretty much everybody up there on the dais, but to Mitch, Elaine, Dave, Mary Tatro, Marin, the county executive's full staff. You guys do a great job, and thank you for all of your work and consideration going forward. County executive, I know at times we have vehemently disagreed about things, but one of the things I appreciate the most is that 5 minutes later I can come into your office and we can work on what we do agree on. And I think that's more important than ever, and I have always appreciated that about you. I know it's not going to be easy necessarily going forward, it never is, but I know you have the county's best intentions at heart, and I look forward to watching from a distance, from a big distance. But finally, I need to say a special thank you to all of our county board staff, Pam and Sandy, for always being helpful and supportive and kind and keeping the trains running on time. To Marcy, even though we've only gotten to work with each other for a couple months, Marcy is a true rock star at her job, and really, along with Rashawn, deserves all the gratitude and thanks about getting this budget to the floor and helping us. I know the experience of working on the budget with Marcy these past few months makes me feel much better going forward about how we're handling that as a board going forward. Beth, I cannot say enough thank yous to Beth. And it's really, we talk about the history being lost on the board. Yes, there's a lot of history and knowledge being lost, but I got to tell you, the true historian here is Beth Adams. And this lady knows her stuff. And, you know, before I became speaker, I really didn't know Beth that much. And it's really been amazing getting to know her and how she values this work and really serves this board in this county. So I can't say thanks to Beth enough. Nick, I could say thanks. I could also say, what did you get me into 5 years ago? But Nick, you've been a relentless right-hand person. And as I've said to you before, you always make me look smarter and better prepared than I actually am. So I also can't say thank you enough for that. And I know that whole staff will be guiding the new board and here for the new people, and listen to your staff when they tell you stuff, whether it's the executive staff or the county board stuff. These folks, you know, do it with purest of intentions, and that's the advice I would give to new board members. Listen to your staff, trust your staff. I also just want to mention that the National Association of Counties Large Urban Caucus and conference is November 30th through December 3rd in the area. There is a reception at the Joliet Historical Museum on November 30th. I think you should all be getting invitations for that. That's what I've heard is happening. I haven't seen them yet, but it's on November 30th. There's also some tours and whatnot. Usually it's Luck members who go. I think all of the Luck members are leaving. I think it's the three of us who are the Luck members, but you know, you can go to the conference. Look it up on the NACO website. Ask Nick about it if you want more information. But I would also encourage new board members to get involved in NACO and see what you can learn there, because it's an invaluable tool and resource for learning what our role is as county board members and getting to see what the best practices are across the nation. So other than that, I will just say thank you to everyone and happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. I wish everyone a very happy Thanksgiving. Again, thank you to the board. I want to announce that we have 3 openings on the Historical Preservation Society. So if any of our outgoing people are interested, please let me know.
When do they meet?
Yeah.
When do they meet?
Wednesdays, once a month.
Okay.
I need a motion to recess.
Motion.
Motion by Mueller, seconded by Moostis. All in favor? Any opposed? We are now recessed until December 15th, 2022. Happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You do whatever you want.